On time. Good evening and welcome. So, it's random day. I have lost track of days. I don't know. Wednesday, maybe? Yes. Right, and last week of summer vacation. School starts next week, at least around here. Honestly, I'm ready to get back to sort of a more regular rhythm. I am actually a creature of habit. I very much enjoy having some kind of schedule, some kind of routine. The kids are here one week, the kids are not here the next week. I have some things to go to on Tuesdays and Fridays. Actually, coming up, I should probably say this. Should probably say it more firmly. Most Thursdays are actually going to be at night for training days for me. So I'm going to start taking classes, and that's on Thursday. So since I retired, I can't tell you whether it's Wednesday, Monday, Saturday, or And I like it that way. Yeah, me too. It's also like the whole idea of not looking forward to Mondays is, of course, I know that. I've been there. I understand it. But it's also really nice to not really have any days I dislike particularly. Like Monday is the changing day, so it's either the day when I get, yay, I get to see the kids again, or it's the day when, yay, I get rid of the kids again. You know, so either way, it's a change of rhythm. And then I also have cleaning on Mondays, and that's also nice just to have a nice clean house. Yeah, so I like this routine here. Yeah, so but yeah, I'm starting taking classes Thursday evening. That was the only day that actually fit. So yeah, we'll see. But I have. I don't know about you, but for me, I have to more come to terms with the fact that I'm not streaming as much as I used to, and on some level, I'm feeling bad about it because I'm like, oh, I kind of I don't know, like put the expectation out by doing it for so long that now that's like, oh yeah, all days, every day. But then over the last year, I've been taking out like the Tuesdays and Fridays. Yeah, and I think that's the right thing. But it also means that I need less new games, because actually, sort of, if I'm streaming 3 days a week, which is more common than not, it's 3 or 4 days a week, and that's gonna be how it is moving forward as well. Occasionally an extra day, occasionally one less day, but that's basically the schedule. Then I will also sort of need less other games, and also be less able to handle new games, because I like diving deep into games, and that's kind of also what I'm good at. So yeah, I need some time off now and then. Thank you, but it's not really so much time off. It's more sort of a change of rhythm in terms of sort of my work schedule, and I like it, and I hope that it can be sustainable. I don't know if it is. Let me see. That's typical. Like just 3 minutes past 8 as I started at 8 o'clock. I texted my girlfriend, who's on a festival in Sweden this afternoon, and was like, hey, if you want to talk, then I'm available. And then now she replies, which of course is like not available. Suspicious. There was a time in my life where I wanted to, where streaming and gaming took up most of my time. I knew at that point, when I was streaming 5 to 6 days a week, that it was not sustainable. But it was, on the other hand, it was something that that was like, yeah, well, if I don't have anything else, I might as well. Pride Festival? No, it's Ängsbacker. Sexability in Ängsbacker. So, and yeah, so if you don't know what that is, it's a pretty big festival. There's a Tantra festival in Ängsbacker, and then there's a field. The field is called 1 week there, and then it's Sexability afterwards, which is this week. It's basically a whole week of sexual workshops. Let's not kid ourselves. That's what it is. Yeah, that's very nice, Davidka. 70 streams. That is quite impressive. And then I'm here. So there's that. It's always nice to send your girlfriend on a week-long sex festival, and I'm just here with the kids and working. Yeah, no wonder you haven't heard. There we go. Well, how about that? Just, oh, well done, Davidka. Well done. 70. Oh, that's very impressive. Please, here's my 180 stream streak. Well done, dude in the back. I'm gonna start a stream at some point just to start it up, close it again. I felt a little awful. Don't feel awful. It's amazing.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Don't feel awful. Feel proud of it. That's amazing. That's super impressive. I mean, I feel like I haven't been able to see. The thing is, I haven't been able to make it to the last 180 of my streams. I've actually had to cancel several of them. So you being able to attend is pretty impressive. No Dash, thank you for the 29 months. Long time ago, keep doing you. Keep doing you. I don't know. I think that's a compliment, but I'd rather have someone else doing me than that. Hey, PJ, thank you for this tier 3 for 79 months. Yeah, can't show many fancy streaks though, but I have this weird button. Yes, and that's actually more impressive. Being. Yeah, I think being is better. Doing is not really. Let's not go there. I missed the end of the Sunday stream, both the level 6 trains and the Warhammer quote. Ah, right. Well, I guess you didn't quite miss it because you caught it in the VODs, I guess. Yeah. There are times when I'm really just watching some streams, and I sort of fall into that pit of just like getting stuck in something, and then I follow that, and then I have it as the background, and then there are other times when I'm sort of a little bit phased out from it, or there's something else that sort of comes up. Right now I'm just watching a lot of StarCraft as I'm somehow that caught my interest. I can't play StarCraft because my PC crashes all the time not the PC, the game crashes all the time when I'm playing it, so. But I really would like to replay the campaign for myself. I played the whole StarCraft campaign, and then I started playing StarCraft 2, and it just crashes 5 minutes into playing. And it's also just ridiculously demanding on my PC. And I don't get why StarCraft 2 should be particularly demanding, but it's absolutely crazy. It's like full jet engine mode on the fans. I have no idea why. It really shouldn't. Like it shouldn't be that demanding of a game. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, that's what we are. I'm also kind of. I want to start up something new next week, but I also don't want to leave my Megabase until it feels done, or at least done-ish. And that's a little bit of a challenge. There are a number of games that I'd like to play. I'm a little worried about, like, when I'm only streaming 3 days a week, that playing something else for too many of the days. Like, if I'm streaming 3 days a week, one of them is always going to be the masterclass or the workshop on Sundays. And I basically only have 2 weeks. And of course, this is how I feel right now. When Dyson Sphere comes out, I'm going to start canceling my social commitments to focus on that, because that's what I want to do. StarCraft should be on Potato. Yeah, StarCraft, yes, but StarCraft 2 should also be like not something that takes a modern PC and just brings it to its knees. But it does, and I don't know why. And it just sucks. So, it's completely maxed out. And I have no idea why. So, and there's nothing really I can do about it. So, yeah. But StarCraft, sure, of course. But StarCraft 2, I just don't get it. Like, it seems like really poorly made then. Because it's also when you hear about, when you see pro gamers and commentators, like even sort of running a replay is apparently really demanding, and I'm like, it's a replay, how can that be demanding? But whatever, it is what it is. It's just something I would want to play through the campaign and then just move on. But yeah. Yeah. So SC2 crashes turned out to be a broken CPU until, yeah, that's also mine is also a broken CPU, but I get it replaced and it still has issues. I was curious about the etymology of your game, if any, so I split the into and Google Translate into English. Yeah, that's not. No, it's just a it's a old Danish peasant name, and it's of course a bastardization or sort of localization of Nilaus or some other version of it. So it's It's just a shortened version of Nilaus or something. So it's nothing, but it's something that's been in. It's been a common male first name in my family since 17 something something, and then it's sort of with me and my sister we decided to. Then it became like a middle name in my family, like sort of a family name but not a last name, and then it has become a last name within the last generation. So that's how it goes. So it is my name, and it's also my license plate on my car. So interesting. You are anything you're a peasant, though, my friend. I am. My first couple of years, I lived with my parents, obviously, in a small red house, thatched roof. There was one neighbor, and that was a farm, and then there was nothing for 10 kilometers. No city, no anything. That was when my parents thought that would be a great place to live. I have no idea why they thought that would be a great place to live. But I mean, I can see the idyllic part of it. But yeah, having kids in a place like that, not really working. So yeah, then I moved to a little small sleeper town. So I can find a car with a Nilaus license plate driving around. That's pretty funny. Yes, you can, if you're in Denmark. The problem is I had not foreseen this. Oh shit, I need to do that. Yeah, I need to pay for the parking yesterday because every single place that has automatic license plate cannot figure it out. They cannot figure out custom license plate. And that sucks. So that means no discounts for anything, no automatic payment systems. So like, oh, you go in and it's just automated. It's nice. You just go on the website and you pay for it, and then I go to the website and then I go type in my license plate and go like, doesn't exist. And you might be like, yeah, but then you can get it parking for free. I have a feeling that the automatic system doesn't work, but they will find a way to send me an invoice and all the stuff. So I drive every day between Billund and Sønderborg. Not likely that we'll run into each other. It's not common that I'm driving between Billund and Sønderborg. I think that I have never driven there. Maybe around Sønderborg and around Billund once, twice, maybe some years ago. So, but anyway, if you see a car with a Nilaus license plate, then that's mine. So they'll find a way to get their money. They always do. Yeah, somehow it's like, oh, it doesn't work. It doesn't. The thing that's easy for you doesn't work, but the thing that makes us more money by sending you penalties, that somehow works. I don't know. Yeah, weird. How are your extracurricular activities? Fucking amazing. Get a fine for late payment even though it was their fault. Well, they do say that you have 48 hours, so I'm going to send a mail to them and go like, hey, I checked it in this time, I checked out at that time, but your system doesn't recognize my car, so look at it manually and find it. So, you know, I don't mind paying for parking, and it would have been nice if it was easy. There's also like the bridges between Zealand and Fyn, and between Denmark and Sweden. Those are also like all automatic, and if you sign up for the automatic thing, you get a discount. Except I can't sign up for the automatic one because they can't recognize my license plate. They're just like, please enter a valid license plate. I'm like, it is a valid license plate. So anyway, that is the little headaches that you come with having a vanity plate. But okay, it was one of those things. I got a new car and it was cheaper than I had anticipated, and then I'd always wanted like a license plate. I was like, if I can get Nilaus as a license plate, I'm gonna get it. And then I could, and then I did. So that was that. Yeah. Yeah, I really wish I could talk more about my extracurricular activities, but it's also really difficult. It is obviously like there's a level of privacy, there's the doesn't belong here in the gaming forum, but there's just so much sort of context and interesting things. So maybe I'd like to do some like casual sort of real life streams, but honestly I don't really have a lot of time for it. So That's another thing, because it would have to be an evening, and then that doesn't work. But I don't know. I'd also like to play some Darkest Dungeon at some point, and those things have usually been sort of paired together. So, but anyway, maybe that's just me wanting to talk about it, not you wanting to listen to it. But I don't know. We'll focus on the Factorio part right now, if so. Yeah, I was starting to say something about like the Factorio series. I don't know how much time is left on our Megabase, because we kind of have solved most of the things. If we're being honest, then it's Aquillo. Once Aquillo is done, then it's Prometheum, and Prometheum is going to be unsolvable, but we're going to do our very best to try to solve it. Doesn't have a lot of time because, yeah, it doesn't have a lot of time to talking about extracurricular activities because of said extracurricular activities. Yes. But it is one thing that I've said it a million times, and I just like to have an outlet for these things. Because I do have something on my mind, and I think that's interesting, and I also think that this is sort of, take this in the best possible way. I have earned a reputation for something. So, earned a following, albeit for something completely different. The gaming part. But that means that some of you will listen to what I have to say with more of an open mind than if someone else would say it. And that is an incredible, powerful thing, because an open mind is one you can communicate with, but something that when you're not open, then it doesn't matter if you're more eloquent and well-spoken, because you will not listen to it. So having already an existing audience is incredibly powerful, in the sense that it allows me to bring stuff up that might be really valuable and interesting and thoughtful, or anything like that, or just weird, or just in horizon broadening. And that's in itself has value. So that's something I'm thinking. Yeah. Because not a lot of people talk about these things and openly. So, and yeah, I don't mind. I don't have to hide who I am for fear of sort of family or work. So that's it. What is next after the Megabase? First start on the Mega Masterclass Blueprints. No. Then there'll be some other game. Have you ever been to like a TwitchCon or something similar? I've been to TwitchCon a couple of years, and I decided against it. I'm not going to go to any conventions anymore. And it is... well, I like to tumble down that little rabbit hole here. Right, so what is TwitchCon? It's 15,000 people. Most of them are streamers. Most of them are not professional streamers, like not people who live as streamers, but someone who is like just barely making affiliate or something like that, or has made affiliate and is sort of struggling away. So not a lot of people are actually full-time. But they go there. And then there's also just fans that go to TwitchCon, but it's majority people who stream themselves in some degree and want to sort of network and hang out and stuff. So let's say that the audience is predominantly streamers. Well, streamers come in two shapes and sizes, basically. It was smelly. It's not smelly anymore. Streamers are either people, I'm generalizing a little bit, just a teeny tiny bit. It's either people who are just attention whores and just want all the attention from everyone. That's why they became streamers, so that no one will interrupt, that I can just tell my stories all the time, and you guys can adore me, and that you can just, oh, it's amazing. That's the one type. Not interesting people to hang out. Really, really egoistic and self-centered and self-aggrandizing. Whatever. Yeah. So, not nice people. Or it's people who are like, yeah, I don't really like going outside, so I'm gonna be playing this video game, and oh shit, I'm actually become popular. Ooh, that's awkward. I'm just sitting here in my bedroom and playing games, and now suddenly I'm popular and I don't know what to do and I don't know how to interact with other people, and I'd rather not, but now I'm here. And those are not interesting people to be hanging out with either. And you just multiply that up to 15,000 and then you have TwitchCon. And it's not really very interesting, to say the least. I don't connect with anyone. I connected a little bit with the Factorio streamers, but honestly, I am so different from even them, and they are among the most normal people, normal streamers you can imagine, because I'm older. I'm established in the sense that sort of I have family, I have a mortgage, I have all these things, while a lot of streamers, this is a young man's game. Man's game, yes, man. For men in their 20s. That's the common, like, guys in their 20s and women 20s. That's just where it is. So me being sort of the dad around there just means like the humor, I don't get it. The references, I don't get it. The sort of the focus on drinking or smoking weed or anything like that is like, I don't get it. And like, I don't go out to parties, and I certainly don't go out to parties with women in their 20s who are also narcissists and all and that. So yeah, there's also a big element that's simply a risk factor for me. In this world here and many other worlds, if you are accused of something, you are by definition guilty, and there is no way. The whole cancel culture. If I go to some event and just behave really nicely, and some young woman hits on me and I say kindly no thanks, she can say I have done all sorts of awful things, and then I'm guilty. I can't take that risk. It's that simple. This is my livelihood. I can't take the risk of exposing myself to situations where I can be called out on nothing, and there's no way that you can protect yourself. And therefore, I don't want to put myself in a situation where where there's potentially it's not really like this is a thirst trap stream where there's lots of screaming fans. But there's still there can be a lot of drama, and people there love drama. And you mix in alcohol and other party drugs, and it's just a recipe for bad things to happen. I'm not going to go there. First of all, I have no interest in it, but there's also a part about I can't afford that. It's just, this is my livelihood. So that's why TwitchCon, you will not see me at TwitchCon. I mean, that's not my plan, at least. And if I was, last time I was there, I was just hanging out in the partner lounge all the time, because free drinks and not a lot of people. So yeah, so that's the reason why it is the way it is. So I've never been to one. Nice to meet you, Aldo. Yeah, but I understand why you don't go. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? I've met people from the community, and it was nice to say, oh, hi, oh, that's so nice to meet you, but we are not friends, and there's a complete disconnect in terms of how much we know about each other. You know so much about me, I know nothing about you. Like, we know very little about most of you, and therefore us sitting down, plus our usual way of interacting is me talking all the time. That's not how I interact when I meet people in real life. But that's the expectation when I meet someone from the community. It's like, look at me, like they look at me and they're like, okay, entertain us, because that's what you do usually. And I'm like, that's not how I am at social events. I'm not the one who's sort of always the life of the party and just getting all the attention. That's just not who I am. It's not who I want to be if I meet people. So becoming friends with someone who is in the community is just, it's like being friends with your teacher. Like, you start off at a very disadvantaged position. Maybe we would be friends if we met under other circumstances, but starting out as sort of community, it's weird. I was recognized also at an event, and that's slightly weird, but not so much, right? And this is why You're not my friend. Yeah. Well, Sachertorte, I think that when I called your cake name German instead of Austrian, you did not subscribe. So I think that you are the forgiving type. That is what I know about you. You will forgive my past transgressions. Students involved went to TwitchCon went mostly for social aspect rather than gaining viewers money, so it seems sensible not to attend. Yeah, but the social aspect, yeah, and I don't want to go for the social aspect. I wouldn't go for the other things, but um, it, yeah, I don't want to go for the social aspects because honestly, I don't have a lot of like. I could have a conversation about sort of the streaming as a um, sort of as a profession, but the problem is when you talk to people, then let's say I'm sitting there talking with someone, and I'm like, don't you find it awkward when you're when you're meeting people who know you for so well, but you really don't know them? Like that's classical. Like that's a topic you could talk to another streamer about. Also, we just mentioned it, and then 9 times out of 10, the other person would come with a solution. Oh no, you just have to do like blah 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 blah. Like, do I look like I want your counseling? I was making conversation. I was like bringing up something, and then you can echo it and say like, yeah, I also find this difficult or that, like, but not like I'm not here like, oh, please teach me how to interact with my fans. I don't know. Please, fellow streamer, teach me, oh wise one. But it always becomes that. It always becomes like, oh, that's not a problem. Let me tell you how I fix that. Like, yes, I guess that's difficult with your 3 average viewers. Well done, sir. Thank you for your advice. I will take that to heart. Right? So, but it was nice to meet sort of like Kibitz and It's Bits and Total X Clips, and it was nice to meet them, but that's not exactly enough to go to somewhere in Europe to meet them. So, yeah. Even the Factorio event, I felt so out of place. Like 100 creators and modders and whatever, and everyone knew who I was, but I didn't want to hang out and sort of play Factorio for 10 hours and on top of that talk about Factorio for another 2 hours. Like I was done. I needed to go out and talk to some other people and just hang out. Yeah. Just curious, how's housing market in Denmark? Same as everywhere else. Actually, now I'm just addressing the housing market in Denmark. This is funny because I'm saying same as everything else, but the thing is, because Denmark is such a small country, every distance is kind of compacted. If you lived an hour away from the center in Berlin or the center in London, you'd be like, "Yay! I live close to the city and the center." But if you lived in an hour away from Copenhagen, granted it's a smaller city, you'd be living like in the middle of nowhere, like really backwater station. It would, and the prices would also be affected. I was thinking, because a year ago I was considering buying a retreat center, and it was like an hour away from the central station in Copenhagen by public transport. And it was like, is that too far away? But imagine you buying a retreat center with a large garden and sleeping room for I don't know, 60 people at really low pricing, an hour away from a capital city. So things have sort of, the prices in Denmark don't really reflect where they should be, in my opinion. Like, because it's such a small country, then it's like the difference between urban and countryside also goes pretty quick. So looking through Denmark, yeah, it's nice. How do you feel about money and youth? What? Money and youth. Money is wasted on the young. Oh, there's more. Is it worth throw all free money into savings to have some 3K once I retire after 2 years? Age life is basically over anyway. No, first of all, it's not. But I think that my parents have inadvertently taught me a really important lesson about money. They never had money when I was young. And we never went on on expensive vacations and the stuff they saved up so they could buy me a new bike every 3 years, and that was like a major expense for them. And I'm not saying I grew up poor, but it was lower middle class. And then as their careers progressed and they made more money, and my dad became a professor, and then they've been sort of they bought houses in the 70s when the interest rates were 18%, so they were mortally afraid of having debt because it was crippling. Therefore, they were sort of hardwired to bring down the debt. So now they're sitting there 75, 77, whatever, I don't know. Yeah, they're late 70s, and they have no debt, no mortgage in their house, and they have tons of money, and they are too sick to travel. So their wealth came too late. They probably, in my opinion, and it's easy to look back on, they probably spent too much money on paying down their debt during years where they could have spent it on traveling. And now they're very rich old people, not very rich, but they are upper middle class, and they can't use it. They paid a fortune for a new kitchen, sure, but then they got new bathrooms and they got a new terrace outside, and they're just kind of well off, and they do that because they have the money and they want to use it for something, and they really wanted to go on a safari. They started right before Corona. They went on 2 trips around the world, or 2 sort of major trips every year, like safari, private safari even, or Galapagos Islands, or sort of private guided tours, various Peru and Australia, like very, really high quality travel. And it was amazing. And then Corona hit, and then after Corona, they were just not in a shape. My mom, particularly, not in a shape to travel. And they had all this money that they couldn't spend on anything. And that's the part. So that's the answer to the money and youth, is that saving up for retirement, of course, it's necessary depending on country and whatever retirement reforms you have and when and all that stuff. But if you don't have enough to live by during the years when you actually can live, then maybe that's not the best. So it's of course a balance, but it's a balance where my parents the conservatism that my parents showed has shown me that that's too much, and therefore I'm spending money on events, because those are experiences that just make my life richer. And I don't spend it on I spend it on a new car, and I like it, but it's not like expensive cars I could buy. I live in a rent controlled apartment that is a 3-bedroom, 3-bedroom apartment. It's not big, and I have 2 kids. So it's certainly not an extravagant place I live, and it's rent controlled, and I just pay the rent. So I don't want to spend more money on housing than I need, because it doesn't bring me happiness. And then I try to put aside money for investments to sort of save for old age. But I'm also just being very cognizant of, I have to spend my money. I have to be able to live life. And if there's something I want, then I do it. Luckily, I don't have the most extremely expensive hobbies. But it's like, oh, this is a little bit expensive. Fuck it. It's going to be an amazing experience. I don't like not doing something from a financial perspective. Tantra festivals, for example, or workshops or something like that, where I'm like, ooh, that's a little bit expensive. Like, I'm going to 2 weeks from now, I'm going to a workshop that costs. I went to a workshop for 4-day workshop for €1,000, way overpriced. I had a great time, but it was way overpriced for what I got for it. But it was an amazing experience, and yeah. Balance, invest for tomorrow, but don't forget to live for today. I retired a couple of years ago, just turned 65 a couple of Rachel, congratulations. Happy birthday. Good health. Knock on wood. Enjoyed life so far. In good bad shape. Yes. That's it's this balance, right? And it's also impossible to say because you don't know if you just don't know what life is going to be like. I also, for me, I'm also thinking like I would love to be able to give my kids some kind of sort of head start, maybe a deposit towards their first apartment or something like that, sort of just to make it a little bit easier for them to sort of not be stressing out about money, because there's so they don't have to sort of overwork themselves just to pay the bills. Yeah, it's that kind of thing. The oil pit is an expensive oil pit? I never even made enough money to consider saving, so it must be nice. Yeah, that's also depends, and it's also really difficult to say from different perspectives. And oh right, yeah, that's not expensive. That's not it. For me, I had a corporate career before this thing, and I made good money in that job. Also, I'm in my late 40s. This is the time of my life I should be making the most money. It's not, but it should be. But you know, it is what it is. Gave me a brilliant idea. Instead of me saving up for giving my kids something rest of life, you could save that up for me. I don't know if that's such a brilliant idea. You're gonna have to put a little bit more detail to it. I don't see the brilliance of it. So please, yeah. What's in it for me? There's no guarantee you live long enough to get to that point you are saving up for. Of course, you hope you get there, but I've also seen many people just die before they get to enjoy it. That's true, but if that extreme version of that is just burn every penny because you might not be here tomorrow. It's going to be a really miserable way of living tomorrow because you just burned your last penny yesterday again. So that's there is a balance. And then the point is, or the benefit is that if you have kids, it's easier because anything that I leave behind, if accident strikes tomorrow, it's going to go to them. So it's not wasted. That dude's an asshole. Yeah. Yeah. So save up for some of us and give us a head start. Yes. I'll do that right after I do it for my kids. Then I'll put your names down. I promise I'll get back to you. I just need to save up enough for my kids, and then I'll get to you. So big thank you for your great videos on Dyson's program and all the ribbons. You made it possible for me to beat the game on highest difficulty. Ooh, nice, Blackson. Thank you. And there will be more Dyson Sphere when there's a new version coming. If happy people do live longer lives, just the sheer heating effect of biochemicals. Happy people live longer. Yes, they do. Because stressed people live shorter. Being stressed just cuts time off your life. So by that definition, yeah, if you're not sort of always burning out, being stressed out, then you're not getting that detractor at least. Plus, there's also the part about it's not just the quantity of life, it's also the quality of life. It's actually something, I don't like it. We're 40 minutes into the stream and I'm about to go down on a major rabbit hole. Fuck it. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. You can come if you want. We'll get into the game in 5 minutes. Quality versus quantity. We talked about retirement and all that stuff. Tax just chatting, yeah. Yeah. So when I was just a wee bit younger. Not a lot, but when I got divorced, and that was before I would turn 40, I felt that 40 was a big cliff that would fall off. And it was in a certain sense because my primary way of meeting new people romantic and sexual relations was through Tinder. So their age matters a lot because every time you turn a year, you fall out of someone's search criteria. And that sucks. And that means that it feels like there is a ticking clock that just every year that passes, you get less attractive. Less people will be interested in you, and you'll be less likely to find someone, and so on and so on. It was really a stressful thing because you're basically dating on an app base. You're basically dating around your own age. I was like, that was something that I was like, okay, I feel that I'm on the clock. There's only a certain amount of good stuff left in my life, and then it'll be like, eh. And it was actually sort of something that was nagging me, and it's a pretty big thing. And I don't know if this is something that resonates with anyone that kind of feels like, there's only this many years of good stuff. You don't know what it is, but it'll sort of gradually decline. You'll at some point notice that, oh, shit's not as good as it has been. And less opportunities, less whatever, less fun, less able to do things. And now I'm very much talking from a erotic and romantic relationship perspective. And then for me, I discovered communities where suddenly age wasn't a concern. It wasn't really matter. Like the tantric community, the BDSM community, the kink community, the rope community. It doesn't matter. You don't sort of match up with someone based on their age. You match up with someone if you have a good connection. And also seeing in rope, in kink, just seeing May-December relationships sort of gave me sort of I think like this, and there's not like a cliff to fall off. As long as I stay healthy and stay active and am a nice person, there's going to be a lot of opportunity for me. And there's not like there's only 2 good years and then that's it. I really felt that turning 40, I didn't really make a big deal out of it, but it was like from a dating perspective, I felt that shit, now people who are dating in their 30s, I'm out of their category. And that just doesn't matter anymore. Yeah, and I can also just see that, and it's pretty amazing. It also has sort of allowed me to have not the youth, but having all the experiences that we can be envious of the youth that they don't have, and it's going to be much more richer expressions, richer experiences when you get older. And that's just for me was something that really, it gave me a lot of peace by saying, okay, first of all, it's not like, oh, you're over the hill, there's nothing good left. Of course, that's something that's just the usual fear of aging, but also moving away from somewhere, an app where you filter by looks and by age, then it gets a little bit tougher. But if you actually have a chance to get to meet people where age doesn't matter, whether that's a knitting club or book club or a sports thing or whatever, then suddenly it doesn't really matter if there's 10 years younger or older, because that's not what matters. So which one made you feel older, turning 30 or 40? Neither really. Turning 30, I was like, I just had my first kid, or my wife was pregnant when I turned 30, and I had a good career job. I was like, and I just bought a house in the suburbs. I was like, check, 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 check. All the things you have to do by 30, done. I'm good. So that didn't make me feel old or anything. It made me feel like, yep, I'm on track. And 40, I was divorced and starting this YouTube thing. So that was like very much like the midlife crisis. I don't know, midlife, but whatever, we call it that, right? So dating feels like this with age. Potential of more amazing partner goes up, and chance to meet ones go down. The younger you are, the vice versa. Potential for more amazing partners goes up. Okay, so sometimes I don't know if this analogy works other places than Denmark, but you have these discount supermarkets, and every week they have like these things, cheap things that are really good priced, but they only have a certain amount, and it could be like hard goods, or it could be like clothing, or it could be like anything. Like it could be food or candy or something. But it's just like, hey, this week's offer, and sometimes dating in your 40s feels like you're just rummaging through that, but it's like last week's. It's all the stuff that no one else wanted when when you all the good stuff has been taken. So there's only like the half broken lamp left, the XXL clothing left. You know, it's all the shit that no one else wanted that's left. Sometimes it feels like that. And you're just rummaging through broken toys to sort of find gold. And sometimes you will find gold, and sometimes you'll find a broken toy and go like, you can still play with this broken toy. What is wrong with clothing? Well, if you're this size, then something is definitely wrong with XXL clothing. Read. Aging in terms of dating, for me, it was always how old I feel health-wise. I hadn't noticed a 40th birthday. No, but if you're dating, you have to, because your date is updated, and someone will now deselect you because you're in your 40s. Oh, I don't think I want to date someone in their 40s. Met the wife on a dating app, and although I'm thankful for that, there's no guarantee of who you might meet, nor the chance you'll face once you do. And that's the same with all kinds of dating. So, yeah. But it's, yeah. I have a distinct dislike for online dating. I think it's as bad for dating as Airbnb is for housing. It is completely destroying the social fabric, and turning it from a connection basis to sort of a consumerism. Dating has become a consumerist thing where you go like, I mean, there's plenty of wares to choose from, so I'll just be like, nope. That one, yeah, sure, I'll take it. And that's not really how it should be, in my opinion. So I'm the opposite. I went so hard dating, hooking up with women in 20, that now I'm nearly 40, and I couldn't care less about it. It's like beating an MMO 100 of times, getting married young probably, and missed out for decades probably plays a big role. Come back when you've been in your sexless marriage for a couple of years. Then you might be up for some interesting things, right? That's the part. Like, this is the reason why there's this rhythm of in the Tantra and the BDSM community. There's people in their 40s, because lots of people are just, they have to sort of go through the falling in love, getting married, getting kids, career, shit, not work. We stopped the being in love, and now we're just housemates with kids, with parasites living here. Fuck, there has to be more to life. Getting divorced. Oh shit, there's something here. Okay, that's kind of the story that everyone has. So, by about 3 months, yeah, we're also ready to go in. So, hello, Jokip. Good evening. So this is a story that you see most often, is the story of are always 100% because two incompatible characters decide to go for it. Nope, not at all. Not at all. Just slide apart. I can say with my ex-wife and I, we would honestly be quite compatible now, but we were not compatible. We were compatible when we met, and we're compatible now. But in the middle, when we were together and we were sort of managing careers and careers and housing and economy and kids and day-to-day life, and trying to sort of live that perfect suburban life, we were not a good match for each other, because we forgot each other. We were just housemates, and then we needed to break apart, and then we needed to go explore, and then we both have moved on since then, right? And people change during life. Exactly, people change. Or one person changes, the other one does not change. Then what? You may have been compatible when you met, but now something has changed, and one person is no longer the same that you married, and or even worse, someone is exactly the same person you married, and it's now 20 years later, and they haven't moved anything. It's still the same thing, the same, like, you know. So it's not about a decision to be incompatible. You can be super compatible, and then life happens. And then you're no longer compatible. Yeah, by the way, I have torn down all the rails in the base. Almost. And I've torn down all of this where we made science back in the days. That's now gone. All of this was like science facilities. Turn that down. I've also extended the city block out here to the side, just kind of while roaming. And then we'll go back to Aquillo now. Apex Predator, good evening. That doesn't look like Aquillo. Well, not yet. It will be. Where's our base? There it is. Look at all this. Like, this is the first thing we built here. It really shouldn't have that anymore. So. What the hell? Why do these things happen? How do we not have rocket fuel on this planet anymore? Oh my god. Hello, rabbit hole. Here we go again. Here we go. Alright, so we don't have any rocket fuel on this planet. I did build a nice rocket fuel facility up here, which is woefully empty. I wonder why. Oh, calcite. Yes. Nice. It's always funny, these things, right? So this one means that calcite doesn't go in. And because there's no calcite, there's no rocket fuel. Because there's no rocket fuel, then nothing works. Wow. Interesting. If they do something to make them viable again in 2-1. Yes, I hope so too, but I don't think. Era 1? Okay. That was actually... It's always easy, but it's just like the going through the chains. Well, do I have some in my inventory? No, not even. Okay, here we go. Oh, how much does each of these produce now? 190? That doesn't seem like much. Why is it only 190? Does this have higher hardness? Mining speed 2.5? This is 380. Okay, so calcite is actually higher hardness than scrap. And then even more so is here. This is only 31.8. Okay, so this is 1/10. Oh, scrap is half hardness. Okay, so that's why. Let's see. So you working again? Yes. Go, go, go. Faster, faster, faster. Really a little bit wasteful, isn't it? This is it is consuming 11 per second, so it is a non-trivial amount. And all these will now take a while to get there. And everything is being picked up immediately. Perfect. Common miners. Oh yeah, that's true. Let's replace them anyway. It's really low productivity here. I don't know what these are flying in those waves. There you go. Purple science is not working. Go, go, go. I'll do this one now, so I can actually launch and it doesn't launch ahead of me. There. Much faster. Yay. Once you get legendary big miners at this mining, it's possible. Is it even possible to drain a patch? I don't think so. we go. Like, lifetime consumption of iron ore might be lower than the theoretical output of a single iron patch these days. Oh, absolutely. I think so. Plus, we're also, a lot of the iron ore comes from space anyway. So that's not even taken from that. Also fixed, this rail here is, at some point this will be empty. And when it empties, we just need to remove the train and the next one comes in. And then I built a little extra facility here. Are we here? Yeah, we're here. Okay, Aquillo. And drop to Aquillo. What's happening up here? Oh, right, it's because of, I guess it's all the rocket parts here when it was started to launch, because we're way behind on the storage on this part, yep. Because that is right here. Okay. How much is being picked up? All of it is being picked up. And here, all of it is being picked up. Okay, so we're still in the situation where everything gets picked up. The ship still has a nuclear reactor. Yes, it does. And then we have, from basically every planet we go to regularly, we can pick up nuclear. So we should be fine. It's only if it hovers over Fulgora or Gleba for hours and hours that it could be a problem. So I have a little bit of an issue with these ships. We can talk about this while flying to Aquillo. Like this ship, I'm wondering if I should build a new ship for better supply. I don't know if I need all of this. But I could make it wider, and if it make it wider, the problem is there's so much design work by making it wider. Then it would also be like, oh, if I make it wider, should I? Then, yeah. I don't know. I don't really know about this one. Maybe I should keep this ship because it's actually really well designed. On the other hand, you could also really easily argue that it's just not big enough because it can fit on the screen. While if we compare it to one of these ships, this is the zoom, then this is, I think it's 6, or 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so it's 8 wide, and this one is 1, 2 wide. Yeah, so it is twice as wide, the ship here. So that means if I make it wider, twice as wide, then I could also get twice as much stored without making it extended, right? But I would still also need more rocket input thingies. So I don't know if it's worth trying to... Oh, look how slow it's going. But it is moving. Yeah. I don't know. Hey, Bandagar, yes. Your name ship, yes, indeed. And oh, we're almost there. So today we'll be finishing Aquillo, and then we'll start sort of trying to figure out what we're going to do. The concept of how to get the Promethium, and then we'll test it if we have the time for it. Bit of an unrelated question. Does Foundry game not building has any productivity except for drone spots? How do you even scale in late game without it? You scale in late game by not building a factory in the factory game, by just importing it from space. That's kind of the best way. There we go. We are on Aquillo. Also, beautiful planet. And I love the fact that this base is now functional. Are these empty? Yeah, I stopped requesting. Okay, yes, so all of this is actually reached. I'm just trying to see. Yeah. We can take this out now. Oof. Oops, and there. This block is also really nice. Yeah. Yeah. Something like this. And it will of course take some time to get this one completed. But at least we can see the line here. The heating. Love the heating idea. Have you ever thought about trying Drive Fortress? Yes, but then I looked at it and then it became a no. I successfully implemented your solution using the token to send a signal from my Prometheus to Navis. It worked! The ship is now fully automated and I can just let it run. Cool! Did you try it with multiple ships or just one? Well, the Factorio doesn't have amazing graphics. Yeah, it doesn't. But this is also like this is my lower bound. No, most people don't have multiple Prometheum ships. Yeah, but most people don't have tempting to get to 1,000,000 signs, so there's that. But the thing is, what is also here? This ship is not actually a designed for Prometheum. It actually is, but it's designed for two purposes, which means it might be over-designed for one purpose more than the other one. This one is actually designed for the Shattered Planet, so it might actually be overscaled both in here and here. When we flew to the Shattered Planet, we actually had to slow down a little bit towards the end because we were over-consuming it. Which means that just going out, filling up the stock, going back, isn't going to be straining the production capacity. So I think that we could probably even go twice as wide and still only have the same amount of resources here. And okay, there's something I wanted to check. Oh, I'm going to check that during the break. So I'll take a short break and then we'll be back in 2 minutes. See you in a bit. Okay, so actually the ship yesterday, or the hype train yesterday, Davis, we did not get a ship named for that. So I thought I actually had some bonus ships, but I guess I retired all of them. Or not retired, but... so I actually want a fourth one here that is going to be designed towards a new ship. So I think we need to make a new ship here that's going to be wider, but use the same modules that we have here. And I think it should be called Devis, because Devis was the last one, and it was a level 4. Or level 6, sorry. Not Aquillo, that would be a bad idea. There we go. Yeah, can you send a signal from a ship to a planet? Not directly, but we found a way to make it indirectly, which works, and that's a relief, but it's also frustrating. Good. So what is it we want to do today on Aquillo? We have basically all this. So we need to do 2 things. Get shit in here, which isn't really going to be a problem at all. Something I thought would be a problem, but isn't. Then the next one is we have to make this part. We have to redo this design, which might be super simple or it might be complicated. But I think we have like the same idea as before. Okay, so you... I don't know, should I start by just copying this part of the ship? Because we're probably going to use this ship anyway. No. We always have to remember to get this one in first. Can you briefly tell what those ships are and what is the idea behind it? I played only base game some 7 years ago. Yes. So, this one's probably the best. When you go... flying between the planets, when you fly from Aquillo and out, and then you fly beyond the solar system edge towards the shattered planet, then you start seeing Promethium out here. Promethium is used for the last science, and you have to kill these big red chunks here. And that's what we hear. All of these, they're just picking up only the chunks, only Promethium chunks, and then storing them. Chunks can't be stacked, so the best way to store them is with cursed belt storage. Fucking sucks, but it is what it is. So that's what we do here. A giant belt storage that can store 540,000 chunks. Like each of these could store 50 chunks, so that would be 16 tiles for 50. That would be way too much. So don't forget the lithium. Yes, that's true. And then, so this ship is designed to fly out and fly far out in the most dangerous area possible, where there's really busy out here, and fly out really fast, pretty fast, and then collect as much of the Promethium as possible, and then when it gets up to has 270, then it turns around and goes back. So that's how it works. And then everything here is supercharged to just survive this, because it is a pretty damn intense. You can see how much we put out here. Everything legendarized, and yeah, it's a lot. So that's why this is how you get Promethium, and we don't get enough Promethium, not even by a long shot, so it's gonna be a problem. And what was it? Oh yeah, we can now go to, yep, and it's coming in perfect. We'll cannot build it into space. Shut up. Just build it right. So this one, we'll just start building. And the reason why we do this is not because we actually want the ship to look like this. It's because so we can get all the stuff we needed on board this. And then we can start doing redesign. You have to use red. You can't use yellow out here. Have to use the red ones because they're so compacted. You can see the explosions here, how much they cover. So even they deal less damage to one target, they deal so much more damage by just destroying everything in their path here. Doof, doof. So yeah, red rockets are the best for this. Except if they get too close, then you're screwed. And it's a beautiful site to build. This is not even compact. When you get out close to, you can look at star map, and this, the amount of Prometheum chunks out here will just bring it's completely absurd out here. But yeah, we got it, we made it, and there was nothing there, and we went back. There are too many SONs, so you have to use the area damage. Yes. Good. All right, so what we're going to do today, is we're going to do some design work. Yeah, it'd be cool if the large engines had some actual physics simulation around them and not just a already one. Yeah. We used the Shadow Planet? Yeah, we did. We did when the ship is designed for the Shadow to reach the Shadow Planet. And it does, very successful. Do legend chests store less than overlapping multicolored belts? You can't build chests in space, so it's irrelevant. So we're going to try to build a similar design as this. You can't build rails either. Okay, so we need to win one tile at least. Preferably two. For this to work. Actually, what if I... I'm gonna take this and simply move it. I can move it like this. Oh, it needs one more closer. Then I can get the water out on the other side. Right? Yeah. Because then it's affected by here and here. Or maybe we'll do something... Yeah, okay, so this gives us way too much space. There we go. That's actually working as well. And then I could get this 1, 2, and these here. That still works. There's no reason to just redesign everything from scratch when most of it is still working. And then this is a better location. Now this is connected. This heats here. This one heats here. But that needs to go up to this one. And the output or we could, well then this one just kind of turned away. Yeah, that's not working, is it? Yeah, that won't work. Because I need to get in from two sides, so this has to be in the middle. Yeah. That one comes from the side, this comes from the side. This has to be either on either side of it. Okay, so it maybe could be done by doing like this. Yeah, that would work. Or even better. Yeah. That still works. And then I was considering if that would be an option, but then it would collide here, so that's not an option anyway. Then the whole thing was completely irrelevant to turn it around. But whatever. Does this feel correct? Kind of does. Okay, what about tiling this? Also not a problem. Don't mind a little bit extra here. Is this even necessary? Does this do anything? Oh yeah, a little bit it does. Now they are not connected, so that's not a good idea. Yeah. Does it work? That's the best store option. There's something better. We had to be using it, yes. I like this, I guess. Only thing I'm wondering is, do I really want these to be... Oh, these should also be faster. They're still going to be 300% because of our research. Good. So now these are very fast. I'm wondering if it could be faster. Wouldn't it be better if it was faster? I think so. Like, why am I sufficing with 4 per second for this? Seems a little bit silly why I'm not just going all in on beacons. Like, why am I not putting beacons here, for example? That would make this faster. Not a lot faster, but a little bit faster. And this one... Oh, these beacons don't even need to be here. They are... Oh, that is actually triggering these two. That's an option. Okay. This kind of... It actually looks nice. I like this. This looks very structured. Also completely excessive, but whatever. How fast? 8. 8. The rightmost bit. They're all hitting. How fast is one rocket? This one can launch 200. Each one is here. 200. So with this is... It's a good point actually. If they're producing 16 per second, so it's 200 divided by 16, that means it can launch every 12.5 seconds. That's not good. Because it will never be able to launch that fast anyway. So I need to kill some of these. I like having beacons that affect two things. And this is going to be a mirror build anyway. Oh, really? That's so odd. That one's annoying. Maybe that's actually just a sign that this should not be here. Hello, Mr. Vinny. Good to see you. No, this actually needs to be here. Because I do need to get it up here. Now that bothers me, honestly. Because it would be much nicer if this was here. And in order for that to be here, that would have to be flipped. This one would have to be flipped. This would be flipped. And then it'd be so much easier for this one. But then this one has to be flipped back to the one that was before. There. And then you're flipped. You're moved up. And you're moved over. And everything else here just gets deleted. There. And these are connected. That is a really cool design. Very, very neat. Pretty compact. It's really stupid not to have one here, right? That's the best one. It looks so nice. Why quantum processors in Aquillo and not in space? Logistics. Because if I was building it in space, I would have to launch this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Maybe not this one. This one I could do it, but everything else had to be launched from Aquillo because you can't bring it in. Then you'd have to make a massive factory that goes to different places. I did that. It just doesn't work. It's like, it is so fragile. Go to different planets to pick up things, and yeah, I absolutely hated it. There's nothing wrong with building it in space, I think, but well, there is. Okay, maybe I build it with. Is it flat? It's fucking flatline. Damn it. We have nothing else to spend our signs on, unfortunately. Yeah. If you use interrupts on the ship for low materials, it should be fine. But yeah, fair. I think that the amount of space you need. And then you have the travel time. Of course, you can just build it bigger and just get like 100,000 of each and then whatever. Yeah, I tried it with quality and that was not a good idea. So I think I just abandoned it for the non-quality. But even then, when you then build it, then you have to drop it down and you still have to launch it from Aquillo, or you have to launch it from somewhere for the ship. Don't want to get every intermediate research. No longer need productivity models in them. Well, some of them are not relevant. As this plastic, I mean, I could do that, for example. That might be fun to just knock this one out to get it up to 150. Well, it could get it to 300, but I don't really see the point. This is already, since this is done in an assembler, we use productivity modules and then we get to 200%. So I'm not really seeing much value there. This one I could get if I bothered to get five more researchers, but 5 more researchers is also expensive, and I mean everything is expensive. We might get this one robot for something, but it's also like, I'm just saying is I don't really feel that there's anything we're really needing. Funny how this one is at 200. It's at 20. Oh, this one probably wanted to get further up anyway. No, well, we'll take it in. We'll take it a little bit. So, right, this seems tileable to me. And what does it need? It needs, and then it just needs. Let's see, how much? Not much, right? 177. Okay, so it's not much. Here. Oh, here's another thing. I'm bringing it in twice. Does that make sense? Or should I? I'm gonna bring it up here twice. So we'll bring it in 2 times. Yes. Good. This one goes. Yeah. Whoop. It's the. Whoop. And then this comes back. Oh, right. I guess I want this here. Easy. Bot's going crazy? Yeah, it's because it's actually producing stuff now. That's actually a good point about the robots, because there might be something I want to help with. Like, that would be a great place to build a... Oh, 79 months of sub messages disappeared, so I make my own. Oh, thank you. 79 months is a glorious amount of time. It doesn't get much better than that, does it? Don't think there are a lot of people around who have more than 79 months. PJTR also just celebrated 79 months, so that means from the very beginning, the ancient days. Yeah, that helps a little bit with some more roboports, yeah. I think this is a beautiful design. Very aesthetic. But I'm not sure I want this. Okay, so what happens is, the ship comes in, then 1, 2, 3, 4. This will launch 1,600 in one go, which is not much, considering I want 22,000. So we need a lot of these builds. But then the question becomes, if I put this into filters, into to these boxes, then they will also be picked up from here and flown by robots into those areas. I don't really think that's a good idea. I think it's much better to have it as closed off and say, no, these are not available to, shall we say, the general public. Because if they are, then they'll also be used for launching with robots, and we really want to limit the amount of robots being sent around. And this way of limiting robots, it's only for the input stuff right here. which is non-trivial amounts, and it certainly scales up. Phantom Lord, thank you for the 32 months. Put into keeping your design symmetrical. I just draw whatever, wherever. It works, but it's ugly. Okay, yeah. Well, I'm happy that you appreciate it, because it's something I take great pride in. So now the question becomes, or the part here is, this is now producing what? 48. Can I launch 48 per second? Maybe. We need some for make. Absolutely, I need some, but I don't need. This is like a generic design, so let's not use that for that. And no, I don't need it for fusion plants, because I only make the legendary fusion plants. So, no. Now, that's a thing, okay? How many of these do we want? And then we should also look at this and say, okay, how much? 35 lithium plate. So maybe we should design a lithium plate build here. Because we have this. No, we have this beautiful lithium plate build. Let's take that. It's probably a little bit too big, I think, for tileability. Yeah, a little bit too much, but whatever. Go, go, go. Heat up. What is this? Heat in here. Ah, okay, so that comes in. Okay. I don't know if I like this, but there's exactly nowhere that I can put one of these. Actually there is a place. Yeah. Okay. Do you need lithium in rockets? No. Well, that's a good point. Good question. Let's have a look. And let's see. Nope. 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 No. It never needs to go off the planet, so it doesn't need to go to rockets. Thank you, Kirk. Good point. So this one goes out. This one goes out. Good. That means all it needs is just go into a location here. That makes it a lot nicer. It's a pretty cool idea, this part, but it might just be superseded by doing this. And then just not making it as complicated. Yeah, that doesn't work because I can't heat it. Just trying to sort of figure out what I have here, and whether this is the way that it makes most sense, and whether we can sort of build it bigger than this. There's so much inconsistency here. It just bothers me. Now it's consistent across these two. But this one is still a little bit left out. And then the question, why can I not do it on this side as well? Wouldn't that also be awesome, so I could have like all the way around? Yeah, that would be cool. But I don't think so. Because we're simply gonna miss some inputs and outputs. Mm-hmm. It's not impossible. I don't know. Maybe it is, but yeah. It's pretty cool as this works. Let's get a power pole. Oh, so close. Mm-hmm. Damn. So we're actually missing a little bit. Oh, wrong way. So 8 is what it has. 7, 6. Ah, it was actually perfect ratio, so... It's almost like the guy who designed this knew what he was doing. It's almost like it, right? What do you know? I'm just kind of thinking what I'd like this to be, and also how much is this producing. Let's skip the 2 extra. 48. So this is producing enough for 1 block. So if I can put 4 of these into a city block, then 4 could support 4 city blocks. Actually 5 city blocks, so that's pretty neat. I mean, this looks so much nicer. This is so much nicer than the other one. Is there any way that I could make this be the right choice? Because it's so nice and symmetric. Like, It's really nice. Okay, let's start a massive undertaking here. So far that could work. Then let's do the same thing down here. That just made it worse. Okay. Yeah, that doesn't work. Now there's a slight surplus there. without these two, there's a slight surplus. So adding these doesn't really hurt. Like it's okay. Like this one fits. Make the module to be 2 units of 1 refinery plus 6 meat methods. Yes, I could, and that's also what I intend, but I'm looking at one module at a time. So once it's done, or once I'm pretty happy with it, I'll rotate it. What countries? I think I'll keep it like this. The only place we can get stuff inbound, like honestly, this one could go one out. No, it couldn't. It wouldn't do anything because I still can't use this space in here. This is the only way to get this outbound in the storage, which I do want a little bit of, and this one inbound is also the only place. That gets it a little bit asymmetric here, but it's... yeah. Do you have a blueprint for the legendary iron ship on Patreon? Couldn't find it. Legendary iron ship. I don't know what the legendary iron ship means. I don't recall having a legendary iron ship. Could it be... oh, iron ore ship. I guess maybe this one. This is the old version of the casino ship. So the one you should be using is from the Megabase, and then just take the Space Casino template and use that, because it doesn't do anything except sort of get this, right? So this is an older version, and I wouldn't build this, so I wouldn't recommend it. You can justify making the 2 smelters in the middle out and make it symmetrical. Yeah, I mean, if I take this one out, then there's going to be a huge deficit. And I'm only producing... yeah. So I'm only producing 32 of these, so I'd have to... there. So this is better. So I think I want this one. This is the build I want. That'll be this the middle. That's easier. Looks glorious. And then I take the whole thing out to realign it. So this is middle. And this is middle. There you go. So that's now in the middle, and then we can do some kind of tweaks to it. I think this looks good. Top left. Oh, right, this one was outlined. Yeah, but now it actually makes sense that it's outlined, while these are not. Although this does look better, I think. Ah, right, like this. Yes. That looks better. Definitely something weird about this. Because some things are mirrored by 2 and something... It looks pretty good, actually. We'll keep it like this. And these should definitely not be both of those here. Oops, that's definitely a problem. Yeah. I want to do this, but I don't think that's the right thing to do. I love this sort of framing, and like I love this framing much better than this shit here. Hold on, that's weird. Yeah. Of course, one of them is going to be one off compared to the other one. But I don't need to get it further up because this will be the only one I have. And this one will produce. Okay. Okay, so let's do some calculations. It takes 284.9 is what we're producing, ideally, but it isn't because that would require 189.9 and we don't have that, but what we do have is 159.3. That's a full belt. Wow. Love all builds on the core start looking like the circuit board with all the heat pipes. Yeah, it does. It does. Speaking of heat, I'm also looking at the new Cosmo tier not expansion, but major update. I think that's looking so fun with the heat management and heat pipes. I recently did Aquillo on my casual playthrough, and it seemed like bots were just a bad idea on the planet in general. I guess legendary everything makes it okay. No, you're right. But belts are also a bad idea. Because you can make like really nice builds like this. I do agree that it's a bad idea because it's very much designed to be a bad idea. There's also sort of a point when you just brute force things because whatever. And that's kind of where we are right now. It's just brute force and ignorance. So basically what I'm looking at is, oh no, it takes 5 times as much, so you shouldn't use robots. Or just get 5 times as much charging and 5 times as many robots. Right? That's kind of how I'm responding to that. And if that means we need to throw in extra robot ports here and there, sure, an extra robot, sure. But I still think it would be better to take, since this is pretty much a full belt, getting it in here. But that would completely change these designs, and they're just so beautiful, these designs. I want this to be true. Keep doing this where I don't save the template, but instead I save something that is already weirded out a bit. Where's this one even now? Oh, right, because it looked weird if it wasn't there. Okay, so what are the two things we want? Oh! No, they're actually correct because I mirrored it. Okay, so this is the top one. Boop. And the other one is the lithium brine. Oh no, it's too long. Okay, yeah, okay, that's why we built this. How much? Nothing. Okay, good. Why is everything suddenly broken? Oh, it's because of this distance here. Hmm. Oops. Good. Everything's happy. For now. This is a really bad location to get power inbound from. And that needs to be the brine. Oh, why do we not have that? Hmm? There. Ah, so this one is actually running out. And I basically have to take this one and go up. Okay, I'm gonna try something. Okay. This will get us. And once this one connects, push, 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 push. Yes, push. Woo! Hallelujah. There we go. Ah, that's why I made my city blocks heating pipes a little wider, so I can fit extra rubber ports outside the city block. Yes, that's a good point. But then I wouldn't be able to fit this one. So, you know, it's a trade-off. Eight, and this can easily support 8. Okay, so this is getting us what we want. I, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, challenge here is that we now have issues with the pipe length here. That was actually a little bit surprising to me. Like, this is why I built this part here where it goes in and out. But all the other ones are still extended even if they don't do anything. That's a little bit annoying. That doesn't change this network at all. I'm not really sure I understand what this network means. I mean, sure, I can put extra, but I'm not gonna put extra until I see that I need extra. I can put like 1,000,000 out here, all the way around. But yeah, I don't think I want this line here. This line doesn't seem to make much sense. And I deliberately connected up and down because up and down is where the pipes are here. Up and down, they're the ones, the hottest heat pipes. This, integrating this into the network, absolutely amazing. Just never need to worry about power anymore, except if the power runs out, fuel runs out, whatever. So, let's Aquillo city block. Doop, 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 doop. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Like, okay, so here's another thing. Should I'm gonna have this in the middle and then build 1, 2, 3, 4, potentially 5, 6 of those, so that they're all the way around this build here. Go. That's a lot. Hopefully we have it. So what will this produce? This will produce... No, not produce, but actually launch. It'll launch 1,600 for each city block times 4. 6,400 per launch cycle. That's really not a lot. Having their own dedicated one may be a little bit silly, but... Yep, there's a lot of robots. Might not even be feasible to do this, but yeah. I don't think this is particularly full. No, not at all. So, taking this one out in favor of row ports is not a bad idea. More robot charging locations. Okay. So maybe... Oh, this one doesn't really have a lot of lights. It should have some lights. Yes, that looks good. This one also acutely lack of lights here. That's some really creepy music. That's also nice. Okay, this goes up here. Boom. No builds complete without lights. Completely agree. I mean, this is fucking beautiful. Dare I say that? I think so. I think these are very beautiful builds. Also really fun how dark these are. But here we have the next issue. How do we... Basically need to do this again. Here? No, this one. So how much did we want in here? And if we said we had 2 of these, still not much. And still not much out. So it's not really a big deal if we need to add a push inbound and push outbound here. Push this way, push that way, and then a power pole. Oh, they already start spinning. What are we missing? Oh, everything. Nice. Not nice, but still. I'm just a little bit in doubt whether we want to also let these be part of the build. Because it might be, like, I could also just scale this one up and get another block of just launchers that are available. And then when we have the launchers available, then we could just say, put all of these into boxes that, and then have them also launch out there. When do you consider the base you're building a real base? I don't know what you mean, real base. Just so before I answer, just making sure. Real base as in it's not temporary. I think that the stuff we want... Stock and recharge pattern. Yeah, but that's... Of course they are. But these are construction bots. And these construction bots are just because I just stamped down a hell of a lot of stuff. It's not logistics bots that are stuck. There's a little bit of a logistics bot stock, but not so much. So, hi Byron, thank you for the 16 months. So real base, I don't know. This is obviously a real base, but I also felt the one before. This one was also like a real base because it worked really well and was doing something meaningful. I don't know. Like, it's a fluid thing, but I think that it's when I like the design. That's the main priority, is whether I like the design or not. If I don't like the design, then it's not a real base. Then it's a temporary thing. If I like the design, even though it's temporary, but it's like this is gonna be fine and it'll last for 20 hours and then I'll replace it. Then it's still a real base. Maybe not. No, that's not temporary, but yeah. I think the real is as opposed to temporary. Okay, so now everything is done here. My volcano still has my temporary base. I should probably tear the bandit off. Yes, I just did that before the stream. All of this area was full of old legacy science builds and all of the products that were going in. Remember, like green circuits, blue circuits. Like I also have still like this part, which I could also take out, but then something will break. This part here, legendary yellow science really shouldn't be made anymore. It's just kind of, it's here. It sucks to kill it, but it doesn't. It's not a good build. It is superseded by now by the space casinos. So, and then this one is launching a god awful amount of blank robot frames, which is only necessary when we wanted to get all of this build, which is only necessary for legendary bioflux, which is only necessary for legendary Glaber Science. And I killed this, so I've killed this, so I've killed the other one. So do I really need this? Not really. And this one is... You're also done. Good. This was also some build that the old science, the old metallurgic science. I also had another old metallurgic science up here, which I also destroyed. This military science I also need to destroy because it doesn't serve a purpose when I have the good ones up here. Like these are the ones that I'm going to use, so I don't want these running around, which means this is replaced, this is going to be replaced, or removed, then I can also remove this, and then I can make a city blocks everywhere. This is the legendary base, which I can't and won't remove because that's kind of important. And then there isn't a whole lot of other stuff. Here's a steel base, there's some design space, rocket fuel, then the red and the blue circuits, that's important. What do we have up here? Oh yeah, accumulators, we're launching accumulators. I don't know if we are still doing that. Oh, that's a design space. The real fun begins with a new city block design. Yes. I think that for me, I got stuck in this design. And once I got stuck into it, I couldn't really get out of it because having two grids on the same planet just felt awful. By the way, it still does. But we're just gradually transitioning and then building things on the new grid. But once we had the new grid, the new city blocks are freaking amazing. They fit so well to everything. Like they have a really nice size. Like look at the size of that thing. I mean, if you want to have Star Wars quotes in bed, then that's one you'd like to hear in bed. Maybe, depending on the inflection, tone of voice, and all that. Yeah, we went away from this idea of having water see-through. This looks like a neighborhood in Copenhagen where it's like, oh, there's high rises, and right in the middle of the high rise there's just a canal that just absorbs people and drowns them. I fucking hate it. It is. They're like, oh, but it's like integrated with the cityscape, and it's like, fuck off. I hate it. Maybe I'm a little bit biased towards having random water in the cities that are not marked and not anything. Oh, this is fun because that's not connected. And then Drunk Knight, didn't you? No, I didn't, because if I did, I would be dead. The problem is that I have a friend who died in Copenhagen Harbor. So, it's a little bit of a thing I have an animosity to. Yeah, it's a good friend that had left family, a wife and 2 kids, and he was just walking home from a Christmas party and sort of supposedly was like walking on a path, and then you sort of go, the path goes exactly like this, goes like that, and then he was just wanted to cross over that green field, which was like in 27th of December in Denmark. It's pretty dark at night, and that wasn't like a field, that was just water. And if you fall in on the 27th of December in your winter coat and probably also drunk from a party, you have, or even not, if you're not drunk, you have like 10 seconds to get out of the water. And yeah, so the whole idea of having like water everywhere in the city, I dislike it very much so. But you know, yeah, it's up to you. Yeah, so that. Oh yeah, this one has to go, and this one has to go. Yeah, no worry about joking about it. That's totally fine. It's just why I'm my animosity towards those things. Like, oh, it's so aesthetic. Like, this is now I'm saying funny thing, but there's a distinct difference between Denmark and Sweden in this regard. And the thing is, it is how much you value the life of a citizen. Sweden values the life of citizens very high. I also believe that Finland does that as well. And what do you mean by that is that if something like this is an unsafe intersection. So from a societal perspective, you have to do the cost of saying, is it worth changing this? And then it's like, oh, 2 people die a year in this intersection. Okay, if we made it safer, it would be 0, statistically. Okay, so how much is that worth, saving 2 random citizens' lives? And if that's more than the cost, then you do it. Sort of socioeconomics 101. And that means like road safety and stuff is much more prevalent in Sweden and Finland than it is in probably Norway as well, than it is in Denmark. Because in Denmark we're like, even able to swim fully kitted for winter, but hitting cold water will knock you out. Yeah, if you're going into 4 degrees hot water, cold water, I don't know, 4 degrees, you have no idea what that is. So, yeah. Nice about Swedes? Yes. I can just be nice about Swedes. Unfortunately, don't understand what they're saying, which is embarrassing, but it's... I know what 4 degrees hot water is. It depends on where in the world you are, of course. Hello, Spammy. Right. Let's uncheck this. I'm happy with this for now. Obviously, this is going to be scaled up, but now we have the design, so it's just the good old copy-paste Areno. So what do we think? What are the arguments for having this not be available to the robot network, or having it be available to the robot network? We can say that we still also have the other one. This one has how many launchers? 16. And that's the same as half of what we have now. So we just doubled. Huh? Yeah. So we doubled our launching capacity for this, also production capacity. And we could easily double it again by taking that one up here and then these 2 up there. Let's do that. Should we do that? We don't have the materials for it. Pipes frozen. Yeah, no. This is because they're disconnected. If I connect them, then it'll be broken. So the whole thing, because of overextension. But I'll leave it there so it doesn't seem broken. It's just kind of easy for me to highlight it. What is this one actually? Why do we not have this in any of the pipes? Oh, because it doesn't need to go. Okay. But it still feels silly. Yeah, so now it's no longer overextended and we can use this. But now it caps the throughput at 3,000 which isn't a problem because I'm not going to use it for anything, so all good. Right. Yeah, I think I'm gonna leave some time for everything to get more, and then. No, you know what? I think I'm actually gonna destroy all of this. Hmm. Yep. And now, because we just picked up 16, then we can expand this again. Go, go, go. It gets a little bit far away, I think. We'll see. Go. That's also being done. It's a huge area we're being... Ah, right. Here's the next challenges. This one needs to go. Once this one is gone, then I can start tearing down that to recover some of the ice crystals here. This one's chugging along. Icy. Okay, we're definitely not missing this. So they were just complaining for no reason. We're definitely not missing this. What's our logistics actually? Oh, 84,000. So we're good. We're good. That's only 10,000, which is not enough, actually. Man, 20,000 sucks. Because they are so annoying to launch because it's only 100 per rocket. So this is actually 200 rockets I need to launch just for this. Yeah. And then it's just the logistics bots that come here. So now we actually do not have any production of quantum chips. Yeah, the humble stone break ruins it. Yes, then we have to launch it just to drop it down again. Yeah, so that's a lot of quantum processors here that... There you go. Done. $240, and how much was this consuming? Where is it? No. 35. One, two, three, four. Okay, so one of these can actually almost support 6 modules. Then I don't need this one, actually. Oops. Then I need this up here. And this one. What seems to be the major malfunction here? What's the holdup? Okay, now it changed color. Oh, right, it's because it schedules both the concrete and the ice at the same time. And if it just happens to send the concrete first, then that's why you see all the drones hovering. They're just hovering, waiting for the ice to be put below it. That's why they're just idling. But we should have enough ice, and we should have enough construction bots as well. And we are... Oh, I forgot my 10 o'clock break. I'm going to take a 10 o'clock break then. There. Then we can sit here and wait and have this go. Be back in 2 minutes. The timer didn't start, did it? Just need to go tell my son to go to bed. 20-second break. Good. Back. There we go. Okay, and in the meantime, this has sort of filled out itself. Good. All right, what is that? Something flying up. Okay, a little bit more of everything. Okay, I think it's because once this one activated and got heated, unfrozen, then it starts spreading out. Okay, we have 4,800 non-charging robots. That's fine. Okay, so it's still about getting this one. Yeah, so that's more. Then we don't actually want to add any more of this. This one should be fine for this. So I don't really need this out here. For now. Look at that storm. And this is good. This one we can also take out now, because that's never going to be used anyway. It goes incredibly quick when, as soon as the heat pipes are gone, then it just disappears. That one. Good. That's done. And I kind of also just want this one out, right? This is not no, it's also connected that way, so this is not really necessary. Oh, full inventory. Let me stand here so the logistic spots can have an easier time cleaning out the inventory. Ooh. Lots of charging. I think the whole thing will stabilize, but I'm also, as usual, just doing a fair share of robot abuse. Hello, Sir Conrad. Welcome back. Yeah, that's a lot of charging. How's the power actually holding up? That's kind of important. Okay, so power is no problem because we also have 2 of these, and I will probably put in a third one in here just because. Let me see, how many rocket silo? 27 rocket silos. Sweet. You know what that means? That means 1 more of these. Why am I doing this? I don't know. Stop doing this. Yeah, sure. Stop doing more stuff. More. Must be more greedy. All right. Are you done? And it's complaining only 1. That is weird, right? So of all the things that it's complaining about, that's the only thing that it really feels that we don't have enough of. There you go. So everything else should be fine. It's just a matter of getting it in here. And then, of course, my robots are charging also a little bit slower. The funny thing is, I remember in vanilla, I was like, this needs to be fixed. This part about you can just click them and then they get their power back. This needs to be fixed. But how do they fix it? They fixed it by, now you have 500 robots. So are you going to click it manually all of them? Whatever. Answer is yes. If you're me, at least. Ooh, so we have an ice rink over here. Why did that not get deleted by my robots? Oh, because they're all charging again. If we 1 million produced, that's only 89.4 belts. Yes, that's definitely what we do. We'll get right on it. Oh, how's the new ship we built? How's that one? Non-functional, but that's okay. Go robots. That's that area which is just outside the roboport area. No one wants to pick up, so we do it. You're out of personal power. Absolutely no personal power. It's rare, especially with legendary fusion. Yeah, but they also take 5 times as much charging, and we've been a little bit excessive here. So we only get it in the rate that we are now producing it, which is nothing. So I just want these last 3 so they're not hovering over here and never getting picked up. Everything else should be fine. At some point, the one that's assigned to each of these 2 missing ones will go out. There. Shouldn't they go out to those? There. Let's have a look at what the production up are here on new locations. Okay, that's actually done. Yes, and the other new location also done. Nice. And it seems like they're working. Okay, you're missing some tungsten cable, tungsten carbide. This is glorious to look at, very much. That is 32,000 launched at once. And I want 64. Oh, that's a weird number. Why? Oh, there must be some other ones that got sent in. All good. And then over here, we need this one up and running. So they got a little bit in here. More. Okay, so the white ones, they are the logistics robots. So just looking at whether it looks like they are overburdened, you can also see that obviously here it's more likely to be overwhelmed. We need to let it stabilize to see if it's still going to continue to be this bad. Then we'll just add some more. Or it'll be better. Then we won't add some more. Really? That's pretty busy here. But it was sort of a new setup that came up here. And maybe... Actually won't take that long before it actually enters a steady state. 375, there's not much. Could place some wireless power towers. Like, yeah, that would be nice. But you know, roboports are just that. 800. Let's put the 800 in here. Okay, how much? This is now 25% in each. It's not enough. I need to do this manually. Oh, this is working. I don't think this one actually needs this much, because when the ship comes in, it picks up 64,000, which is 2 launches of each rocket. And 1 launch is in here, and the other launch is in here. So maybe I actually want to do this and don't have such an absurd storage, because it's not really about the storage, it's about the production speed. If the production speed doesn't catch up or doesn't keep up, then no amount of buffers will help. Oh, right, there's only one. And the same with this one. This is now 5 extra ships launching, but I think that's necessary. How about this? This is 1K. Okay, so these are now over half, except for the last ones. They don't spread out very evenly, but they work. That's fine. And that means we can ignore that. And I think we could actually say that we are done with this. The things... Oh. Oh. Sorry. The things we don't have is the legendary stuff. Which we have here. And here. And that one. I don't know if I want to move those over. Do I? Or do I just leave it as it is? I mean, I could kill all of this area if I did that, but... Doesn't that exist here? No, it doesn't. Huh, funny. Oh, that's the only one? Really? Alright, good thing we actually have another one, because only having one box with less than 1,000 in is a little bit risky in my opinion. So let's go over to the other one I had. There we go, this one has put it into more boxes, which is much nicer. I feel a lot more comfortable having this, which means we now have storage of 11,000 rocket fuel. It's something. Okay. I think we're actually going to be done with this. So, next challenge is... Oh, actually, this ship is coming here. Ooh, we kind of want to see this ship coming, just sort of as a goodbye to this. I think I don't want to stay here anymore. I think I want to go back to Novice. Because that's where we need to do the next stuff at. Oh, I wonder if Samagod is actually still alive. Yeah? Okay. And shooting. Good. Oops. Yes, spot. This is actually, like, I thought it would be like a gigantic base, and maybe by Aquillo standard it's a big base, but what is it, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 city blocks of production, 3 of power, and 3 of launching. So it's like, there was 13, and then another 7, so 20 city blocks is all we need. And then, of course, the transport belts, but whatever. Still, like, only 7 blocks wide, that's not much. Small areas, yeah, but still. This is also late game. Alright, let's go. Novice. Yeah. And what about you? Are you there? No. What are the extra launches east of the pad for? For anything that is produced on this planet to be also launched, such as rocket parts, this one here. All these things, whenever they need to be launched to space, then we are going to use this. It also will maybe serve as extra launchers for this, because we do have 81,000 quantum processors. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to wait for this one. I guess better 2 minutes than too few. Yeah, they don't do anything. They don't cost anything to just have standing here. If only you needed more than 1 cryoplant for fusion power cells. More than 1 cryoplant for fusion power cells. Do I or what? Oh yeah, maybe I actually do. That's actually a good point. This produced 0.3 per second. Now it produces 9 per second. I get the absurdity of beacons here. You coming? No. You? Right, so when this one comes in, it wants to get 16,000 quantum chips. Base, you're not forced to set up an area for it. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But 0.3 per second might actually not be enough for the entire base, but 9 per second is definitely enough, I hope. Yeah, it must be. So I want this one to come in, and then I want to see how this launches, and I should also be almost back at Novice. And then we need to figure out how we're going to be... I think we're going to use Magmarel's ship here as testing. It's 100,000 away. So we're going to use this for testing because it's already set up for this part. So we don't want... Oh, there you go. Yeah, we don't want Magmarel to actually leave yet. Shit, that might actually be a little bit risky. We have to monitor. I can't lose this ship. And we are somewhere here. Click that so we at least get this. And button the guy. Alright, so once it comes in, just 10,000 kilometers more. Then I want to see how much gets assigned immediately. Not all of it, for sure. But maybe like 8,000 or something? No, not even. And here we go. Come on. And how much are we getting? 10,000. Ooh, 12,000, 13, 14, 16, 16,000 on the way. Everything is on the way immediately. That's pretty damn glorious. And 34 launchers are requesting. So that means every single one of these are requesting. Plus... Oh, yes. Oh, this is amazing. And then these are launching, cascading. The ones further away are going to take a little bit longer. Nice. That means it comes in as one batch. It's not like launching 8,000, launching 8,000 more. No, no, no. It's 9,600 in rocket silos alone. Now it's less in rocket silos. Weird. 5,800 in rocket silos. Sweet. Love it. 5,800 in rocket silos. That's not as much as I thought it would be. That feels weird. It's such a weird number. All of these should be fully saturated and ready to go. This is, oh, it's 48. Okay, 48, and then apparently 10 other ones had some rockets in it. Don't know. Don't know how. Doesn't matter. This one is happy, and here comes the last rain of... Perfect. Very nice. Use a landmine with a biter egg that hatches. Boom hole. Yes. I don't like that. I don't think, first of all, I don't think it's necessary. But I also dislike it. I'm aware of it, and we've been talking about it before. I had a ship that was kind of built with a little scaffolding with ins and outs. So you could also just make... I don't know. Yeah. Okay, we are here. Right, so the thing that we need to build is a number of these builds. So what is this build? This is a launcher. I'm running over there. Run! This is the problem with... You don't get the speed boost when you're not running. So when jumping over... Okay, so what is this? This one is saying... What is your launch condition? That is a star. And that star comes from this one. There. If you get this signal from orbit and the amount of promethium in on the planet is less than 200,000. I don't like 200,000. I like 500,000. Yes. Then that means all of this is true and should be launched. How much do you have? Barthik still has 28,000. Good. So Barthik is going home first, or going away first. Badnogari is actually going to be an issue, but we do want it. But we're going to play with Magmarel here. So you need to be... See, this is requesting a portable fission reactor, which is obviously an item that doesn't exist. It does exist because I have it one here. And this one will now eject once this one reaches 0. Then it ejects, and then it starts up again once it get... Okay, so I'll just try to explain it. Basically, we want to send a signal from the spaceship down to Navis to say, hey, I don't have any more promethium. I'm about to leave. Send me something. Send me some biters, some biter eggs, because I want to get 50,000 biter eggs before flying out. That's the plan. And that's the risky part. Yeah. Okay. So I can also just turn this one on and then it will start ejecting eggs. What I then don't want to do is, if I set this one to 0, then it leaves at the same time. Then maybe this one should actually be not 0, but maybe like when it's less than 1000, because that's basically nothing. Then it will put it out here, send a signal that on Novice enables this launching facility here to kick into gear. I actually only want one of them because I just want to see that it works. I don't want to actually build 50,000. Okay, now I'll just get a random distraction here. It's just these trains. Once they're empty, I'll take them out. Okay, so Battle Nagara is here. I am going to set you up to 50,000. That's a lot. Because I can't get it in here. So I need to redo this somehow. I can take this out, and then I could take you out. And then this one would fit over here. And then this would fit over here. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Don't know why, but apparently I wanted this. $31,000. Yeah. So now we have all of our egg ejecting things. Oh. Especially when testing it like we are now, then probably a good idea to get a little bit of extra of these. Okay. Alright. So that's optimized somehow. This is at 24,000. What if two ships request the eggs will be split? No, they will not. They will go to the one that arrived at the location first, which will be the right one. So, I think it's fine. But, you know. So, let's see. Now this one is good to go whenever it gets the signal. So let's just manipulate it so it gets the signal and see if this one triggers. So now it ejects. I go down here. This one is immediately launching because this goes in quick. And then now we don't know which one it's gonna go to, but I'm hoping that it goes to here. You get something inbound. Yes, 500. Those are the ones that we just launched. No, they go to every... yeah, they got split. But if they get split, fuck it. Just, they're going to be used. Either it's a ship that, like this, can actually receive it, or it's a ship that that is leaving. So, even if it's leaving, then it's just getting less than it should be. Time to go out for birthday pizza. Ooh. Thank you for joining. Like a cat. Oh, I met someone yesterday. She had like the craziest birthday party planned. I was a little bit stunned by it. Basically, she had said she had invited 15 of her friends, and they were just gonna have an orgy. Like, what? Yes, that's how I want my birthday. Okay, that's an interesting friend group. Ooh, pizza. I want the other birthday instead. I was like, okay, that's an interesting friend group you have where that's just a normal thing to invite to. Oh, guys, nope. About 50-50. Okay, so this one is now active as well, which I don't really like. Don't think it should be active. Why is it active? Because it still has this one. Why does it still have this one? Because this hasn't left yet. So out here on this belt, I have this little thingy there. But that will only be ejected or imported once this is leaving Novice, which it then should have been right now. Okay, so I'm just gonna do this one. No. And first I need to do this back to where it was supposed to go. And then I'm gonna take you and do that. There you go. So now it got in here. And that means it's no longer sending this signal. That means down here, these ones are no longer getting in. That means all of these are being ejected. Are they not being ejected? Didn't we have an ejection one? That one. Trash. Trash is equal to 0. When is the trash? Where's the trash coming from? The trash signal. Oh, this is no good. Oh, because it actually was true. Now it went below. There's a lot of stuff on the way. And then it should leave. If these Prometheum would just bother to go away. Please go away. Poof. Poof. I don't know how to get it to fly. This, oh, there we go. It just takes a while. Okay. How's it being transferred to the surface? By having a request of some random stuff that isn't happening being true or not. That's then we can monitor that as a signal. So this has now left how much? It has 23,000. Oh, yeah, okay. So this one is now actually working on ejecting. Fine. This is not the part we're testing right now. So we're just sending this out. Blah. Blah. Croissants for everyone. Just the insanity of this. Like, oh, okay. 23,000 biter eggs just dropped into orbit. What could possibly go wrong? Nothing could ever go wrong by just dropping them into orbit. Like, this is genocide on a galactic scale we're just propagating here. Whoops. So is the whole egg ejection system to deal with the excess surplus from science? No, they have a science. The purpose is that now I want the ship to go out. This one will now be a different kind of monitor, which I also need to design, by the way. Basically one that starts counting when it leaves Novice and then counts up to something, and then when it hits that, it starts ejecting. Yeah, look, Mama Star Shower. There's some idiot like me who was parked over Novice long ago and just ejecting them, and just a little one went to novice and started expanding. Low tech timer. No, they're not. You need eggs for the Prometheum science. So what I'm doing now is go out and collect Prometheum, come back, get the eggs, craft the science, and then once I have no more Prometheum left, then I go out. But what I want to do is I want to do that, but also when I come back, have no more Prometheum, then I want to instantly bring up 50,000 eggs and then head out. Then I'm heading out to collect more Prometheum, but I am collecting it. While I'm collecting it, I'm also taking the 50,000 eggs that are almost expiring and converting them into science, so that when I come back, I'm coming back with science, which will make the ship more effective because it's both producing on the way out and on the way back. That's the intention. And it's a little bit complicated to actually get it to happen. How is that not a thing? Okay. Oh, you're back. Oh, yeah. Is that a thing? Do I want it to be a thing right now that this comes in? It really shouldn't. Because now it's... As soon as this one stops coming in, then it'll be going out again. Okay. Okay, that was a little bit unfortunate because this is not actually what I want. I want to go here and then I want it to park here. Because then I can be prepared for the next round. Damn. Okay, so this thing I think works, except we didn't get the trash didn't work. I don't know why the trash is not working. This is the trash compactor thing. What does the trash say? What is that icon coming from? Oh, okay, so this is... The input to this is actually... that. Which means that it asks if the orbital request is 0. Which will only work when there's only one ship in orbit. Yeah. Okay, so now we started leaving. Oh my god, the eggs are being wasted. But now I don't want to be going that aggressive again. Let's just make 20,000. And do a round test. Okay, we need to do two things. We need to make a timer that starts counting when you leave Navis. And once it reaches a certain number, it starts panicking. I have built this, but I don't have that ship anymore. Oh, maybe... Oh, yeah, that's the one that was called Ringstrom. Might be having this still. There, this thing here. This starts counting. When does it start counting? It starts counting when... Okay, let's do this. Oh, interesting. We drop the eggs off here. Nice. Well, that's also a thing. Unclever, yeah. How many we have? Shit, still a lot. This here. These are two ways of triggering. And this is the third way of triggering. So this is saying when. That is true. We're going to have another start condition. We're going to have a start condition that says we are not a novice. Less than 3. That means we are not a novice. If we're not a novice, start counting. Once it has counted up to something, yeah, that's not really... it also needs something else. First of all, it also needs some... Oh, no, that doesn't work. It has to be the other color. Yeah. Okay. So this one is now receiving And another condition, that is x is greater than 0. Because if there are no x, then we don't need to worry about it. So, there you go. If this is greater than 0. And it isn't anymore. But this counter should be safe. And then once this one sends that signal out, then that will be the signal for us to eject. So, I'm going to try to disable this one. Can I just disable it somehow? There's no disable button. Well, there is. There. But then you are going in here. Alright, so when that counts up to 100,000, what is the reset condition? Reset condition is that it comes back to novice. Okay. Let's try this. Let's do this as a test. Let's see. How about you? 400,000? Okay. I'm going to get a few more of these so we can get some kind of... What? Why? Ooh. I'm gonna have 15 of these eventually, but let's just make 5. The insanity of not having cleaned up my planet. It's my startup planet. Come on. And not ore. Perfect. Yes. Should be both conditions should be true. Which now means that this is reset. Perfect. Lovely. Done without timer, just by looking at how much eggs I can consume before they spoil and using the amount to the spot I like. Yes, that's obviously also something. Once it reaches a stable situation, this should never trigger, like all warnings. But this is funny. This just goes back and forth. Yeah. That's weird. That's a weird situation. But I guess that's kind of expected. Like, it doesn't really matter. It's a little annoying. Okay. Yeah. So once we find out whether we can take 50,000 eggs out and consume 50,000 eggs, then that's going to be what we do. Yeah. These take forever to get there. Huh. Funny how that's so slow to get in here. Well, okay, the capture rockets are still sucky. What are the capture rockets? I think the capture rockets are also used for something else. Yeah, they're chugging. Chuck, 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 chuck. Flying robot frames. Do I build that somewhere? There's one assembler up here making flying robot frames. Doesn't seem quite enough. I also have like a god awful amount here. This is a hack. In case anyone thought this was like, oh my god, is he proud of this build? No, he's not. Not proud at all. Very, very ashamed, honestly. Oh, that's not working. It's just barely not able to handle all of it in one. So, fine. Doesn't work. How do you trigger manufacturing of the nests? Is it manual? No, they always produce. It's just that when they have produced enough, they get stuck. Like here. When they get you to 100, they just keep producing. And I wanted to just get into this idle situation where it has 100. And then when I come back, whoosh, it sends all those 100 out. Because it doesn't spoil when it's in here. It only spoils when it's out. So this is the only way to keep Bittrex from not spoiling. Oh, the nests themselves? Oh, I don't. Like here? These nests? Do they spoil? I don't know. Do they spoil when they come out? If they do, then whatever. Then they just spoil. I guess. Yeah, they do spoil. So I just keep 1, 2. So they just continuously spoil. It's just a constant demand and it sucks. A rare quality. And this is so annoying because it obviously doesn't work because this is obviously not hitting that one. So this is a bad build, but don't mind me. We'll leave it like this because it's probably going to be generating enough for these two, right? Yes, this is working again at full speed. That's nice. These are also chugging along, which they don't actually need to be. Biolab. Yeah, 139 of these. I really should have a limit on this. I don't even know if that's... It's also way too much. Yeah. 256. I don't even need that, but whatever. I haven't passed 128. If it was less than 128, I would have said 128. But yeah. Oh, really? Logistic storage. That's a problem. Oh dear. Let's get there. Caught them for once. Yes. Good to see you. And thank you for joining. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 16. Okay, so we're going to take a break and then I'll be back in 2 minutes. And then we should be able to do the test of all of it. The whole cycle. In sort of a stylized setup. Be back in 2. Alright, we're back. Good evening, Samagot. Welcome. Alright, so let's see. There's only one that isn't coming in yet, or 2, 3. Okay. They'll be here soon. And then, of course, we have to wait. It takes 2 seconds for one build, so that means we need to wait. Is it 2 seconds? Crafting speed 1. How do we see this? Just says craft. This one has a crafting speed 1, but what is it craft? Craft egg. That one. Oh, it crafts 5 biter eggs every 10 seconds. Okay. So it is 2 seconds. So this is a 10-second cycle. 10-second timer. For 5 eggs. How rough is doing bot Gleba until you get large-scale production ready to go? I don't think it works for, on Gleba because the quantities are so excessive. That's kind of the essence of it. And of course, I'm looking at because this might be okay, but each of these split 33 becomes 166. Here it's even worse. It's 33 becomes 332. So you might be able to do it for the raw plants or raw fruit, but not for the middle products. I would not recommend doing that. Okay, so is this the last one? 3 missing. Was catching up on the Great DSP series while you were on vacation. Nice. Okay, shoot, now I didn't see which one. Okay, this is going to be the last one. So this is actually the one we have to monitor. Because it's only when this one is ready, we are actually good to go. There. Bloop. It's now a hostile one. Needs to wait for the food to flow by. There we go. Food is there, and it starts producing. So this one now needs to do 20 cycles of production before it's ready. And we can now go up here. So, let's see. Bandogari is at 270,000. So still only halfway. This is a little bit of a problem. And by a little bit of a problem, I mean like a gigantic problem, but whatever. Let me see, back on Novice. Each of these is producing 3,000. That's 500, 500, 500. So this is 3,000. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 15,000 delivered here. And I want to make sure that I can always receive those 50,000. So I need to go up to 30,000 there. So that's definitely be like, I can consume all of it. I'm happy. Battle Nagari should be in a position where there's always pretty much what you need inbound. And then when this one triggers, it'll be happy. Right. So, I'm kind of feeling that it should go out to Aquillo first to top up on processors. Because otherwise it might not get enough processors to actually consume all of it. If you get 30,000... Okay. The science. No, it's only 1 quanta chips for 10 biters, so I need 1/10 of the number of biters, so I don't need that much. Okay, whatever. We're going there anyway. It is a little bit of a hike out there. Are the long belt lines now better for UPS than trains? Yes. But also you don't need long belt lines generally. They're not better for you. I don't know. It's hard to say. Long belt lines are fine. Fully compacted belt lines are fine, not a problem. It's more that they are 4 parallel lines is 1,000 per second. That's a lot of trains you need to deliver something at 1,000 per second. So by that account, I think that's... A good example of this. I have this space here where I brought plastic in. It's consuming 700 plastic per second. Getting that inbound here from where I have it down here. Previously, I think I had it here. Then on a train, going up there. I needed 10 trains just to make sure if it was burning constantly. So now I just built this little thing. It only produces 450, which isn't enough, but it'll be fine. And this is a good example of, instead of having like a central location and then spending a hell of a lot of effort to build the infrastructure to move it around, then just build the plastic nearby. You just need a little bit of coal, and that's an easy bet getting the coal. Even the coal is coming pretty far here. Then just get the coal in, get the plastic out, skip the trains. That's how I'm very much doing it. Alright, Magmarel. You are getting something in here. So 18,800 is all that launches on Aquillo right now. Oh, this one's also launching, yes. And this one's not coming in yet, because we're still focusing on this one. And then we'll see once the rockets launch, it'll do another cycle of the stuff that's in the rocket silos, the 9,600. Boop, getting up there. And that's enough. Yes, that's enough for all of it. That's exactly what we need for 30,000. So it's basically 2 batches coming in. When legendary trains, when they have a purpose. This one's good. And this one just needs to arrive. It's sort of appearing. Here we go. That's another batch of the big ships. Huh. Maybe you actually need more of these to actually capture or catch them fast enough. Interesting. Are you good? No. Still waiting for this. There they are. Still stopped at Aquillo. Ah, there's one more. Come on. The funny thing is, it hasn't even slowed down to 0 yet. Yeah, and route, there's one, and then come on with the last one. I see it as with the update. Belt's got 4x as much capacity, but trains got almost nothing. It's not even 4, it's from 45 to 200 to 240. That's more than that. It's 45 by 5.3. Yeah. Plus productivity means that you need to transport less. So, I don't know. It doesn't, actual productivity doesn't impact us in any way, shape, or form. Are we going, please? Yes, we're going. Great. So now we're heading back. Hey, Silver Season. Thank you for the 200 bits. Alright, so let's see if the conditions are true. This one will start counting when you leave Navis. So this one is not counting at all. So that's good. This one is disabled because there's nothing inbound. This one is disabled because I've disabled it. This one is a little bit weird, the fact that it just kind of eats up updates by going back and forth. I don't like it, but I don't know what condition I would have otherwise. And this one means that it stops. As soon as it gets to Navis, this one stops. Actually, as soon as we head towards Navis, then I should get Navis equal 1. But it's still less than 3. Yeah. Okay, never mind. So it stops going back and forth. Yeah, stack trains. Yeah, if you could stack things on trains, then suddenly you could get 4 times as much capacity. If a stack inserter could stack things on trains, sweet. Yeah, the cargo wagon doesn't scale with quality. I think it's because it can't really replace them automatically. So you can't use an upgrade plan on it, but I don't know. That makes no sense. Yeah. But I don't think, honestly, if the capacity or the storage capacity of a cargo wagon was scaled with quality, I still wouldn't use it, because there is just no need for this long distance travel anymore. There you go. And this one should now change to 2, because it's heading towards. Yeah, it is flying around, and it's annoying, but I don't know how. I don't know what condition I would set without using a circuit a combinator for it. Because this one is supposed to say, hey, if it's empty, but the thing is, this is only for the test case, because at this point it would not be empty. So it wouldn't be bouncing back and forth. It's only because we're in the test scenario, the test case, that it bounces back and forth. Better FPS-wise if you squeeze in belts on Aquillo for processors and science rather than doing it, but not to any meaningful extent. Factorio is so optimized that anything we do is really marginal. There. So now this one stops going back and forth. You're getting this one in. 19,000. That's a lot. That's all of these. Oh, yes. Because of course it is. All of these are now coming in. Can I just get you out here just so that it stops requesting more? Because I want this one to actually fill up. Which it isn't right now. Yeah. I needed 11,000 more. But it looks like it works. It come in here. And then because this one got ejected, then it start triggering. Sweet. Here they come. Up to 25,000 on... There we go. Nope, that's only the 18,000. Why is the satisfaction dropping? Shoot! Why? Where's that coming from? Not you. Not you. Shit. Okay, that sucked. Oh, it's actually leaving again. No, it's okay. So that was the problem here. That was a... Okay, let's see this one. Okay, so I want this to go up. So I guess this managed to actually empty. None of these have anything because they ejected it once the ship left. The trash is active. Yes, trash is active because the amount requested in orbit is 0. Because you're not here in orbit just yet. There. I need you to go back. This is a little bit risky. I need you to just take another trip back here. Because I need Magwell to come in and just request the whole thing. Yes. And that should happen. This one is also counting. It's no longer counting. Oh, it is counting. Okay. Yeah. 4.2. 4.3. Yes. And when it gets to 100,000, actually 95,000, then it starts ejecting because it's going to take a while to eject. All right. This one should work. I'm just going to take a save here because I don't know. So what we should see is everything coming in. The 15,000 just hitting instantly. Instantly. It wasn't ready. It wasn't ready. Damn it. I thought it was, but it wasn't. I got back here too early. That means you actually have to go a little bit, another trip down here. Waiting. Because I want to make sure that I only have one ship in here. So now we're in a situation where we're waiting for this one to launch. Might take a while. But at some point, suddenly all of these should be there. Let's This one is at... It needs to go to 500. What about all the old setups here? Oh, by whatever metric this one was set up. This is weird. Why did you leave? Why? That ruined everything. Why did it leave? I don't understand anything. Oh, yeah, it is kind of fragile. Yeah, I understand why it left. Shit. Okay, so it left because circuit 0, cargo 0, which is a test case problem. How many says I need 15 city blocks for each ship, so 45. Okay, Summer God, enter the rant. I feel like Space Age actually killed lots of logistical challenge and complexity. It is satisfying to build a larger scale so easily, but at the same time, it feels like it's becoming more bland, shallow. Like there would be nothing to do for 8K hours for new nerds, if not for quality. I mean, that's my rant. Thank you. I agree. Because spaceships are so generic, they are just where they need to be, and they just drop it off at that location. So there's nothing about like queuing, buffering, congestion, like all those things that are part of the train challenges. Like, first of all, they kill all the train challenges because they're overshadowed now. Then the next part is, okay, what did they introduce instead? They introduced something that's super bland. From anywhere on the planet, you can go to any spaceship you want. From any spaceship in any orbit, you will just drop at the same point. Like, all those things like are now super bland. There's nothing to optimize. There's not about like, oh, the ships have to sort of queue up and wait for a docking bay of the same type that they match, the same class, has the same docking bay, and you need to expand your space platform where the ships that come in can dock, and those kind of things that, and they get congested, and you have to. I don't know. There could be all sorts of things that would add to the challenge, but it doesn't. So yeah, I completely agree. Space traffic. No, it doesn't. That was just an example off the top of my head of something that would add some more dimension to space travel. Because Space Age it's pretty simple once you get down to it, and there's not a lot of mechanics, like how much effort we spend now on trying to get around the core mechanics by just trying to send a signal, by trying to control which ship gets what product. That's not how it's supposed to be, but it is how it is. Hello, Endo. Good evening. And that's the kind of challenge that I'm looking for. Like space or trains are a really big challenge in the base game. I read a review of Space Age. Well, that implies that you read some game journalist work, and that does not seem like a good thing. That spaceships are too complicated, but I think opinions vary on this topic. No, they're not. It was a Steam review. I don't think they're too complicated, but then again, I'm a little bit biased. But I think that more likely, it's not the complicated. It's not the. Whoops. That sounded like a biter that spawned? What? How was there a biter that spawned? Okay, never mind. Oh, right, because of this. Haha. Yeah, that was in here. Okay, so I don't think the word complicated is right. I think obscure is a better word. What I mean by that is, yeah, it's really difficult to figure out what is actually going on. What is the purpose? What is the like? Why are things happening? What are the mechanics here? Like, oh, what does this do? And like even I have looked at this shit, like these conditions, and go like, I don't know what, like, any request not satisfied, any request 0. Ugh. Like, ugh. Yeah, I remember that designing the first spaceship was also really complicated. I remember, and it's not just complicated; it's also daunting because you spend a lot of resources on building something that you don't know if it works, and you send it out and it breaks because of something. Oh, I wasn't producing enough. Oh, I didn't know that I had to use rockets now. And once you know, it's like, oh, okay, I need to take care of railguns, rockets, reprocessing, making sure that I have a balanced supply, make sure that I don't overflow on one thing and not the other thing. So there's a ton of things to take care of on the first spaceship. And that's definitely challenging. So I was like thinking about the logistical challenges of routing. That's not so difficult, that's just a little bit obscure. But this how to build your first spaceship is I can imagine that's incredibly difficult because there is no tutorial, there's no guide. A single station is much more complicated than a single train, yes. With trains is a lot more interesting than with spaceships. Yes, I agree. Is it possible to balance a game around new players and folks with 10k hours? Are there solutions that both groups of people would find satisfying? Yes. Clearly that's possible for Factorio and other games as well. I think a lot of it is the hard things to design, because I don't think that when they built the first version of Factorio, they were not sort of building a hidden feature that if you had two green inserters and one was set to stack size 8 and the other one was stack size 12, then they would actually perfectly synchronize so that they could insert at fully compressed on a moving blue belt. Like, that's not something they designed, that's just something that emergent behavior because the game system has come up. While other new games go like, there's one product on a belt and it moves and it just, and then you lose some of these facets that are something we explore as multi-thousand hour players, while new players, they are just like, oh, I need an inserter to grab from a belt. Sometimes to understand you need single-use ships. Multi-purpose always breaks something. It doesn't always drop something, but I agree. I think that the biggest part for me that I didn't understand when I got my hands on it first at the public relations event was the fact that I sat there and I spent literally hours in trying to figure it out, and then I had to sort of throw in the towel and go over to Vaslo and ask, how do I set a request so that a spaceship is in holding pattern, and if a planet says, oh, I'm out of substations, then the ship will go there and drop off substations. And he goes like, that's not how it works. But like, but you're saying you can't build a demand-driven network? No, that's not how it's supposed to work. I'm like, I was really shocked by it, and I had to gather up allies, and then I confronted Covarex about it, and they said that it makes no sense. It makes no sense that you have a logistics game that isn't able to do a demand-driven network. Like, so the only thing we have to do is do milk runs, which absolutely fucking sucks. We got used to it, but it sucks. Like a premier logistics systems where the only way to bring things to multiple locations is to go around knocking on doors and go like, hey, do you want any of these things in my basket? No? Okay. Next planet, do you want any of these things in my basket? Oh, yeah, okay, there we go. Now it goes to the next one. It's like, sorry, I'm out of that because the previous customer took the last. Like, that just doesn't make sense. And yeah, I was thinking you could do it with interrupt, like, okay, so it would be like a summon interrupt, but that's not, it doesn't work. You can do it by sort of having it parked over as a planet, and then when the planet requests the last substation and there are no lost substations left on the ship, then the ship goes back, then it adds an interrupt to go back to Nauvis to pick up the substations and go over there and hover over there. But that's not really cool. Milk run. It is. It's called. That's what it's called. It's not something I invented. It's called a milk run. All right. So finally we're out here. Let's have a look at how much this has used. This has used 10 minutes of the time. Do it in endgame research. Some laser-based communication from planet to ships. The reason why they don't do it is because they don't want hard connections They don't want all the different planes to have to synchronize with each other or to be hard links so they can't multi-thread it. Which I completely understand, but it still sucks that there isn't any metric to do it on a 5 second cycle or something like that. Okay, so now we're out. We should start getting the first Prometheum. Hello, Prometheum. Where are you? Where are you? I forgot how Space Exploration did ships, but I seem to recall they were not restricted to milk runs. Yes. What's the best way to choke clever fruit production? Don't bother and just build to eat your default aquitol. Not sure I understand what you mean, but there, the first Prometheum. If you... the answer is don't choke it. Just consume it. And if you can't consume it, just recycle it. Or process it so you get seeds and then recycle it. So we should see now that one... Oh, here's another actually issue. Ooh. I would need to do something like this. No! Really? Why do I not have that? Because I need a bypass. I need a bypass from here. Oh, that sucks. Because now it has to go all the way through, which means it's another 10 minutes of passing through all the belts. Shit. Okay, so that's a thing we need to fix. Alright. But how would we fix that? This can be moved a little bit down. Maybe I can just actually take this out. Okay, because that gets me some of these. Funny how it goes down and goes up again. Yeah, that's a pretty good way of doing. Oh. Yeah. We're out of splitters again. Do we have somewhere that I have a splitter that I don't need? That's unlikely, isn't it? Oh, this one actually I don't need. So close. There we go. So now I have created a bypass, almost at least. Good. So it's a bypass, and it goes in. Perfect. Missing underground in the storage. Oh yeah, it's true. There. Thank you. Alright, so let's see. How is the production here? Should be good. I've started playing some Satisfactory lately. It's pretty good, but Factorio is on another level still. I think it's a different kind of experience. There's more of a challenge to Factorio, but there's more of a sort of chill. If I was coming home after a long day at work, and wanted to just sit down and play a game, it would be more likely that I would fire up Satisfactory than Factorio. Because it's just such a chill game. Oh, there's some undergrounds here. Interesting. Oh, that's also here. Don't know why. Okay, so this is actually getting pretty dense. So what happens is that it'll go in here, and then at some point it'll oversaturate, so I can't consume it fast enough. And then it'll start putting into the storage. Okay. I also think that I want to consume from the main storage first. Yeah. Where's this at? 16 minutes? And is this the worst, best or worst? This is 15 minutes. And these are set as spoiled first. Yes, obviously. And what about this warning? Where's the counter? It's counting up to 41,000. There's almost no pressure in Satisfactory. And this is why I'm actually really excited about Star Rupture, because it looks like Satisfactory, but it also has some kind of pressure element to it, which I like. Place some of the belt components somewhere so it gets requested next up. Yes. That's a decent idea. Then I'll be confused why I did this. Okay. Okay, so now we have 2.3, 2.4 stored on the belts, which also means this one is no longer ejecting. And I want to continue out until we've consumed all of this, or it blows up in our face. But it's 14 minutes, that's plenty of time. And this one, 95. I don't think this is going to trigger. I think that once we now get into this speed, we're actually consuming it at a pretty decent rate. Why not just have some belt components on regular requests? That's what I just did. Yes, you're right. That's much better. Much more consistent. And this is our storage for different ammo and this, but that's not really a concern. I like it. I like this a lot. The one thing is that I think we could use a little bit more space or more of these, but that's not really doable, unfortunately. I could put that here, or I could, you know, get a little bit, yeah, like this, if I moved this part. Woo! It looks awful though, just doing this hack. On the belts, maybe? No. It's fine. I could do it here, but... Okay. This is kind of getting... It's getting close to the maximum that it can consume, because this one is starting to work as well. Quality is such a game changer. I'm on my second playthrough of Space Age. First one was without any quality modules. And I have consistent rare quality materials and buildings now, and it's such a big change. Looking forward to getting to Legendary. Yes, it absolutely is. I think though that it's easy to get overwhelmed by quality because of the way it works, and just as you basically what you're saying is like rare quality materials and buildings. Like yep, that's what happens. Like you suddenly have like a lot of different rarities floating around that they need to be combined. And then figure out that some random thing you don't have in the same quality because you just, I don't know, don't have enough rare quality copper wire. So now I have to figure that out. And it gets like really complicated in a sense. And yeah. And then once you get more used to it, then it can be simplified quite significantly. And there's a lot of things that you just like, yep, that's part of the quality feature, but I'm not using it. How is this one? I think we can just barely get it. This is 12 minutes remaining. And this is about as much time as we have left on the stream, but this is disappearing pretty quickly now. But what's interesting is that we now also have 27,000 Prometheum signs already constructed from what we have, and now it's picking up speed and basically getting it full speed. Have we made gambling ships? Yes. I like this. This being able to fit in a module here is pretty neat. Let's actually see something. No, it won't fit. It would have to be here to fit, and then that gets too far off. So, alas, that's not. We can't do a belts. Yeah. You know what I want to do? I want to take. Okay, I'm going to use this ship here. Oh. Yeah. So that gets the next stuff built. That's a little bit. Maybe we need one more of these. There. So these are coming in slowly, but they're coming in. So this is just going to be working overtime to get something done. This. Oh yeah, that was another one of those that needed to be requested. No. There you go. Oh, it's already here. So you're ready to go, but need a little bit of power. So we need the power to start just having it trickle a little bit, and then it should work. Well, also this one. Whatever. Back to McMurrow. How are we doing here? It's almost done. Okay, so there's not going to be a problem to consume. How much did we go up with? Maybe like 20,000? And this counter here, this counter will reset soon. So it's at 61,000. Just kind of getting a sense of whether it works. And it has now reset because there are no byte left. So this is good to see that we now tested that it resets. We tested that this one works. Yeah. We're testing that the bypass. So now this one gets stuck, and then the bypass doesn't work anymore, and it starts filling up the storage, which means this number starts going up. And when this reaches 270,000, it'll turn around and move back. Nice. Which also means that it's going to go further out than it did previously. Previously it went out, or let's do it the other way. Let's ask the other question. 47,000. 47,000, how much? That is 10 times 3 because of the productivity on the cryolab. So 30,000 is 25 Promethium. So if I have 47,000 divided by 30 times 125, that is 39,000 Promethium that we have collected and have consumed, and therefore it doesn't take up storage space in the cursed belt storage because we managed to get it in here. So it's basically really? Is that how it is? No, that's chunks. Yeah, okay. And Byte we had 10 byte, so what we used was actually 47,000 divided by 3, basically. 16? 16, so we had 16,000 byte coming out. I thought we had more. Well, rounding things. There's nothing in here. There's not. Oops. These are not ejecting because the condition for ejecting is the counter or the manual. I saw the blueprint for cursed belt storage. I thought it was a joke. Yeah, I mean, it is a little bit of a joke. But it's a bitter joke. It's not a good joke. Yeah, how's this one coming along? Hey, the power is on. A little bit more. There you go. That works. Then we don't need this anymore. Sweet. And then as long as we have the power, then when we have everything hooked up, it's so weird that we can't do more than this. There. Just one chunk at a time can be expanded. Oh, we are getting it. There we go. But I can't even zoom down. There's missing something there. Oh, really? And then the last thing can't be inserted yet. Not until we get further down. You can place things by hand in the Samsung spaceship. Cries, yes you can. And I remember that I was the one who showed that to Nephrons. And that changed that's changed a lot when for spaceships, for speedruns. Because then you can just basically just skip a hell of a lot of stuff on. How many would you need to maintain 2 million SPM? I have no idea. No idea. But right now they are producing 200,000 signs per minute when they are back home and just sort of processing like this, for example, right? Then we're hovering around 200,000, like this bar. So, but then the question is, how much time do they spend at home versus out? And is it like 50-50? Because then it just turns it into being only 100 or 200,000 signs per minute. And then I would have to get more. But yeah, I don't know. But even 3 of them is not going to be enough, because this one can only produce 200,000 signs per minute. And that's, yeah. Then even if it was producing all the time, I would need 5 of those chips. And I'm building the 4th one now. Oh, I found a mistake I did, and I fixed it. I had 1 million blue underground belts. Yes, 1 million blue underground belts. I actually had to build like a special deleter for it. It was so absurd. Where was it? There. Just delete all of this. The reason why was because this one, it just has a constant production here, and it was basically going in, and then when it was going into this box, it was basically saying if it's more than 2,000, then just throw it out into the network. So it kept producing and kept throwing them into the network. But I should, of course, when I don't need this, I shouldn't let the underground belts run. I should stop both the underground belts and the tungsten plate at the same time. So this is idle until it drops below 100,000. Alright, Admiral, you are doing great so far. 61,000. Woo! Yeah. The purple metal, you mean? Purple steel. Yes. It wasn't 1 million blue legendary underground belts. Well, it wouldn't really make a difference whether it was legendary or not. It was just waste. I just threw it into lava and then forgot about it, and decided never to mention it to anyone. Dino steel. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna wrap up today. That was a. It's so funny with these streams. How. I don't mind, but look at this. It was 200 daily subs yesterday, and it's 4 subs today. Like, how random is it to be a streamer? It is so crazy, and it's amazing that sometimes it goes crazy, and then other times it's literally working for $2.50 an hour. You know, it's as long as it averages out okay, then this is just the way it is. So, how much will the UPS suffer with a 4th ship? Yes, something. So anyway, thank you very much for joining. I will be back on Sunday because I have my first training or practice, group practice for Kinbaku Maniac tomorrow. And then, of course, there's a Lounge Friday and a party on Sunday. So see you guys on Sunday. I will have a masterclass for you tomorrow. And then next week, I want to do something else on top of this because we'll be having some... Oh, Battle Lagaria, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Not even gifting us up to yourself. Crazy. And Grain, thank you for the Prime. For 6 months, much appreciated. Yeah, so thank you everyone. Good night, take care, and stay effective.